legacy, brewing excellence. Nonda Coffee, cultivating legacy, brewing excellence. 20 years ago, coffee was simple, a daily comfort shared in homes and cafes. But to us, at Nonda Coffee, it's always been more than a drink. It's connection, it's craftsmanship, it's community. High in the mountains of Rwenzori and Elgon, in the heart of Uganda, quiet revolution is underway. It begins in the hands of mothers, fathers, daughters and sons, people nurturing each coffee cherry with care, respect and pride. At Nonda, we know great coffee starts with the soil, but even more, it starts with the people, the farmers, the families, the stewards of the land. Today, we work alongside 24,000 farmers across Uganda. But this isn't just about coffee. It's about empowerment. It's about building strong, thriving communities. More than 100 farmer groups, each one committed to excellence, form the backbone of our ecosystem. And through our Nonda Commodities platform, we provide tools, training and resources to grow world-class coffee. Whether it's Arabica from the highlands or Robusta from the heart of the country, our focus is clear. And while we honor tradition, we're also planting for tomorrow. Our seeding multiplication centers give farmers access to climate-resilient varieties and better planting materials, ensuring that Uganda's coffee fields can withstand the test of time.
In the first cycle, we are going to do 250,000 seedlings. Already we have 22,000 seedlings there ready for the garden, but we are going to have 2.5 million seedlings produced from here.
Because the future of coffee belongs to the next generation. Through our Mwanyiyange Coffee Initiative, we've trained over 240 young people in farming, in roasting, in barista skills, empowering them not just with knowledge, but with purpose.
Njegere okulabirira emisale gino n'okupotinga owuntu
bereti nsobola ng'okunasala beedi ng'eno ogirabirira kusa n'ekyo nkyegerewo saa gino nsobola okikwasaganya tete n'opootinga eno ate mbona tete nga ye abitiriirewo emukwasaganya kusa ino.
These are the future leaders, the entrepreneurs, the visionaries who carry Nonda forward. At Nonda Coffee, our mission is simple. Celebrate the people behind every cup. For years, we've stood side by side with farmers, building trust, sharing stories, and creating change. Because the true value of coffee isn't just in the bean, it's in the hands that grow it, the hearts that harvest it, and the lives that depend on it.
Lots. Abantu abakuhimba omwani hano hasitoa nabapema mwani nina mwabana muterebesana mwarura abana balonka mukaga musanzu kwisiminizi ekiro butukubantu ku omwani ubu naba abantu abakwikingana 10 twina abarugutaha motoka nababagana akasente kuruga mukugura omwani muri katugamo mukwiza kutuletara sente nikirete nkorakorana mukitweka.
We are brewing excellence not just in every cup but in every community we touch, because here at Nonda Coffee there's magic in every sip. From the soil to the harvest to the brew, we don't just make coffee, we craft a future, we craft a legacy. Nonda Coffee, it's magical.
Today we are here at the e-mobility parade as one of the opening actions for National Science Week 2025. far we have come. E-mobility is now moving into maturity. We are really now moving into maturity. I see so many companies. We have capacity to manufacture 10,000 vehicles in the country now. Majority of them are motorbikes. Started with Family Day. This is a week which is going to be phenomenal. Come to Kororo and experience what science has so far achieved. We are ready for the market. And please, when you come with some money, because there will be deals here. There will be great things for you to buy. You will not believe they are made in your country. The entrance is free. Please come as many times as possible.
The Magical Coffee Experience, Coffee in the Wild 2025, where adventure meets aroma. A journey of flavor and wonder. This year, we brought to life yet another unforgettable adventure, the Magical Coffee Experience, Coffee in the Wild.
Where's my coffee?
Set in the heart of Uganda, this journey celebrated not only the country's vibrant coffee heritage, but also its untamed natural beauty. For 2025, we added a new twist to our blend, welcoming an enthusiastic group of Saudi Arabian tourists. Eager to discover the pearl of Africa, they came not only for the landscapes, but to test, feel, and understand Uganda through the depth of its coffee culture. Our destination, the majestic Murchison Falls National Park, a place where wilderness and wonder collide. The journey began with a scenic drive through Uganda's lush countryside. As we entered Murchison Falls National Park, the landscape transformed into an immersive natural symphony teeming with life and history.
The reason we convene here today is because we're trying to forge ways of enhancing collaboration, fostering understanding between scientists and policymakers.
Now for us, what will be of interest is how many of these products actually are able to transit from the labs to commercialization, because that is what takes the good to the market.
The impact of STI sometime will not be short-term or mid-term, like creating jobs, stabilizing the currency, and so on. They are long-term, so policymakers should actually have that at the back of their heads, trying to consider investments in STI.
There is no guarantee of success, but if you work on 100 things and one succeeds, then that one most times compensates for the other 100 that didn't make it to the very top.
There is need for special arrangements to support the STI ecosystem, and these might need touching some of the things which are held very and highly guarded. We need special zones, the high-tech city, because sometimes you find a policy has been made, but there wasn't sufficient interrogation. So it's instead putting a barrier ahead of us.
I think collaborations are really key, and making sure that all the key ministries, all the key institutions are on board so that we move together.
Let's all be purposeful, participate in the plan. Let's see ourselves in the plan and put it to use.
We consistently need the ears of the National Planning Authority so that we can find our way into the National Development Plan.
Let's create some success stories where economists can actually be invited for internship so that they can see.
STI development is indispensable for our survival and for our socio-economic transformation.
Kindly let scientists learn to specialize and also to do business with others. When they are good at innovation, do innovation. Concentrate on innovation. If you have somebody else who knows how to structure business, hire them or partner with them, and they structure your business.
STI, you are going to help us have the numbers, reduce on corruption, reduce on wastage of resources, reduce on working in silos, but also sharing knowledge and information, which is also something that will help us get faster to the next level. As Office of the Prime Minister, we are committed to work with you in terms of coordination, in terms of bringing everybody on board. We are not scientists, but we are good at strategy.
Today, we are here at the e-mobility parade as one of the opening actions for National Science Week 2025. We have come. E-mobility is now moving into maturity. We are really now moving into maturity. I see so many companies. We have capacity to manufacture 10,000 vehicles in the country now. Majority of them are motorbikes. Started with Family Day. This is a week which is going to be phenomenal. Come to Kororo and experience what science has so far achieved. We are ready for the market. And please, when you come with some money, because there will be deals here. There will be great things for you to buy. You will not believe they are made in your country. The entrance is free. Please come as many times as possible.
innovation, I don't immediately think about flying cars. No, I think about things that solve typical Ugandan problems. For example, a sensor that helps you to know the right watermelon to buy. An alarm system in homes that reminds you a device that braids hair under 7 minutes. An alert system installed in Parliament sends SMS every time MP starts dozing like this. A lie detector for relationships.
I love you.
Say it again.
I love you.
The spotlight is on you. The National Science Week 2025 is here from the 15th to 20th June 2025 at Kololo Independence Ground. Entrance is free to all. Made in Uganda. Innovation to market. This message is brought to you by Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat.
Welcome to this first ever Science Summit for Uganda.
The National Science Week has focused on exhibitions where innovators present prototypes and demonstrations to visitors in order to show what scientists are doing in Uganda.
Today we mark a shift from mere promise to performance, from a raw potential that we have nurtured to realized impact through the full harnessing of science, technology, and innovation as the engine of our national and regional development. Our development partners, I appeal to you to support Uganda's unique STI vision, not as charity, but as investment in a rising innovation economy. So now we invite the public, the media, all of you to join in this crusade. And within a few years, we shall forget where we were when we started the journey.
Our role at Kazire Health Products is focusing at standardization of natural medicine. Aware that more than 60% of Ugandans, they are still using herbal medicine.
What we are doing in Matuga is to manufacture these biological drugs, to manufacture these vaccines that have not been affordable. People who have not been affording these drugs can afford them for the first time on the African continent.
For you to begin from scratch to attain a certified product, one way is technology transfer, to have a very well-trained, skilled team.
So without understanding the material you're working with, you cannot make a product. First, understand the material, its science, then you can transform it to solve a problem.
You have to be persistent to build your dream, to bring your business to life. You have to be driven, curious, and most importantly, one thing that we struggle with ourselves is belief.
We have up to 40% local content, and you will see some of the parts and components we are manufacturing here. Brake pads, oil filters, air cleaners, wiper blades, tail lights. Right there you will see. We have attracted investment of over $160 million since 2018. And with all this investment, we have been able to create over 10,000 jobs and avoid over 270 kilotons of CO2 equivalent.
These are some of the fields of practice that we're looking at: so electronics, software development, deep tech, renewable energy, telecoms, advanced manufacturing, R&D, creative and media industries, and healthcare and biotech.
We have now come up with a formulation that combines this technology serving all the ministries, departments, and agencies in terms of geographic information. Yes, we would like to provide this service to all of the other players in the country to be able to understand the type of weather they are dealing with, the soil that they are planting in, how much yield they can get.
Scaling up the support that is needed for entrepreneurs, for innovators to deliver their products.
Uganda must position itself strategically by fostering public-private partnerships. We must not just be consumers of technology, we must be creators and exporters of innovation.
Very welcome and happy to see you at the National Science Week 2025.
Innovation is solving real problems with bold thinking, no matter how small the solution may seem. You have to think in first principles and not dogma. Break problems down from the ground up. If someone says it's too hard, don't accept that. Tell them the joke is on them. So Uganda's billion-dollar future begins with you. Build something, break something, fix something, start something. And I can promise you that we at the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat in the Office of the President will be there to hold your hand, will be there to guide you and push you until that nascent idea that's mushrooming in your head comes to fruition.
So we make bicycles that you don't have to pedal as much in order to move the same amount of distance. So, for example, if you're going to that shop, if you're going somewhere with your friends, if you're carrying something or someone, your bicycle can move without you putting a lot of effort.
We are making a medical doctor which can treat people when doctors are unavailable. So the name is Doc 24/7. So how it works is that you type what you're feeling, you tell it your temperature, your BPM and your CBC. So then after it will diagnose what you have. So then it will show you the disease you have.
So the solar powered electric vehicle, this is like any other vehicle that you see out there, but this vehicle is powered by solar and it has some batteries and a motor that will be helping the car to run.
When we start off our children with them seeing science in their environment as a source of knowledge to add value to what they are making, the day-to-day things, I've been impressed by this school. They are taking things that you find in a normal Ugandan home, adding value to it and creating wealth out of it.
So as you prepare and move and advance in your career, keep these ideas that you have alive. And if they prove to be working in the real world, we will provide you with the technical support, the business support, and also the finance to make this idea a reality, so that you do not have to look for a job.
And I would like to appreciate once again all of you students from across the country for coming and for participating. We have profiled all the challenges that you have, your projects, and we will be looking through them. And as I said, we will reach out to you, to work with you, to see how to support you to improve your ideas. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. With these words, I would like to declare today's
to see you at the National Science Week 2025.
Innovation is solving real problems with bold thinking, no matter how small the solution may seem. You have to think in first principles and not dogma. Break problems down from the ground up. If someone says it's too hard, don't accept that. Tell them the joke is on them. So Uganda's billion-dollar future begins with you. Build something, break something, fix something, start something. And I can promise you that we at the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat in the Office of the President will be there to hold your hand, will be there to guide you and push you until that nascent idea that's mushrooming in your head comes to fruition.
So we make bicycles that you don't have to pedal as much in order to move the same amount of distance. So, for example, if you're going to the shop, if you're going somewhere with your friends, if you're carrying something or someone, your bicycle can move without you putting a lot of effort.
We are making a medical doctor which can treat people when doctors are unavailable. So the name is Doc 24/7. So how it works is that you type what you're feeling, you tell it your temperature, your BPM and your CBC. So then after it will diagnose what you have. So then it will show you the disease you have.
So the solar-powered electric vehicle, this is like any other vehicle that you see out there, but this vehicle is powered by solar and it has some batteries and a motor that will be helping the car to run.
When we start off our children, with them seeing science in their environment as a source of knowledge to add value to what they are making, the day-to-day things, I've been impressed by this school. They are taking things that you find in a normal Ugandan home, adding value to it and creating wealth out of it.
So as you prepare and move and advance in your career, keep these ideas that you have alive. And if they prove to be working in the real world, we will provide you with the technical support, the business support, and also the finance to make this idea a reality, so that you do not have to look for a job.
And I would like to appreciate once again all of you students from across the country for coming and for participating. We have profiled all the challenges that you have, your projects, and we will be looking through them. And as I said, we will reach out to you, to work with you, to see how to support you to improve your ideas. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. With these words, I would like to declare today's UG Innovate session formally closed.
Bukedi sub-region is a region rich in potential, yet for decades ranked among the least developed. But today, a new chapter begins, one rooted in science, innovation, and agriculture. We are witnessing the launch of the Bukedi Coffee and Cocoa Seedling Multiplication Center, a bold step towards transforming the region's economy and empowering its people.
We tried to make this structure as relatable as possible by using material that was available, but again with an understanding of a collective science that can sustainably work.
His Excellency the President launched the Bukedi Strategic Development Plan. The challenge with plans is implementation. So for us to do implementation, we chose to build partnerships. Partnerships between the government, with the private sector and the local initiatives. We have Nonda Coffee, who is a partner that we identified so that we can ignite the implementation of the strategic plan.
That challenge is being met through powerful partnerships, a collaboration between the central government, local leaders, and private sector innovators like Nonda Commodities.
So the innovation is that don't just wait for government, but build relevant partnerships.
And it's working. Communities in Bukedi are responding with urgency and hope.
And the community is already demanding. They are saying, please give us seedlings, give us seedlings.
At the forefront of this transformation is Nonda Commodities, a company committed to creating long-term value in Uganda's coffee sector.
The value add source.
The reason we convene here today is because we're trying to forge ways of enhancing collaboration, fostering understanding between scientists and policymakers.
Now for us, what will be of interest is how many of these products actually are able to transit from the labs to commercialization, because that is what takes the good to the market.
The impact of STI sometime will not be short-term or mid-term, like creating jobs.
Today, we are here at the e-mobility parade as one of the opening actions for National Science Week 2025. We have come. E-mobility is now moving into maturity. We are really now moving into maturity. I see so many companies. We have capacity to manufacture 10,000 vehicles in the country now. Majority of them are motorbikes. Started with Family Day. This is a week which is going to be phenomenal. Come to Kororo and experience what science has so far achieved. We are ready for the market. And please, when you come with some money. because there will be deals here. There will be great things for you to buy. You will not believe they are made in your country. The entrance is free. Please come as many times as possible.
Welcome to this first ever Science Summit for Uganda.
The National Science Week has focused on exhibitions where innovators present prototypes and demonstrations to visitors in order to show what scientists are doing in Uganda.
Today we mark a shift from mere promise to performance, from a raw potential that we have nurtured to realized impact through the full harnessing of science, technology, and innovation as the engine of our national and regional development. Our development partners, I appeal to you to support Uganda's unique STI vision, not as charity, but as investment in a rising innovation economy. So now we invite the public, the media, all of you to join in this crusade. And within a few years, we shall forget where we were when we started the journey.
Our role at Kazire Health Products is focusing at standardization of natural medicine. Aware that more than 60% of Ugandans, they are still using herbal medicine.
What we are doing in Matuga is to manufacture these biological drugs, to manufacture these vaccines that have not been affordable. People who have not been affording these drugs can afford them for the first time on the African continent.
For you to begin from scratch to attain a certified product, one way is technology transfer, to have a very well-trained, skilled team.
So without understanding the material you're working with, you cannot make a product. First, understand the material, its science.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. How many of us are excited to be here? Wow. If you're excited, wave your hands. I just want to see some excitement in the room. Okay, that's good. We'll be starting shortly. We're just waiting for the minister to walk in and grace us with her presence. But while we wait, my name is Blessing Abeng. I'm a branding and communications professional, and I mostly help institutions and governments figure out their narrative to help them attract global funding. And I guess that's why the good people of Uganda Investor Summit invited me this year to be a host. I'm also an angel investor, so I guess we're in good company. How many of us are investors in the room? Investors, raise your hands. Operators, raise your hands. Trying to take a temperature. Okay, founders. Government officials. Wow. It's a diverse room. I guess we'll be able to have really interesting conversations and see how we can help each other's work. I think conversations like this help us figure out what the gaps are and figure out how we can better support each other, because we all want Africa as a whole to succeed, and specifically for this event, we want Uganda to succeed. Major thank you to the people of Greenhouse Capital and the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation for putting this together. We need more conversations like this to help us advance. Should we come up with a chant? Because I guess that we're going to spend 6 hours together or more, and there are going to be times that we're tired, and we'll need to figure out how to get that energy back in the room. So maybe when I say Uganda Investor Summit, what should we respond to? Should we say progress or should we say money? What? We should say money. So when I say Uganda Investor Summit, you respond? I can't hear you. Okay. I don't know. I thought they said investors were in this room. Uganda Investor Summit, you respond? Nonda coffee was out there in the investors lounge. Did you have some coffee? Some of you are even still having the coffee. It means there is energy in this room. So when I say Uganda Investor Summit, you respond? Thank you. Don't make me have to go all African on you and tie it to like a success story. The louder you say money, the more money you have in your bank account. Do you want to do that? Uganda Investor Summit. We're going to try this one last time. This time I want to hear energy. And I'm also going to be looking out for whether the women are going to scream louder than the men. I'm also going to be looking out for the people who give me like the strongest vibe. There's a reward. Maybe the reward might inspire you. So when I say Uganda Investor Summit, what is the response? Thank you, women. I heard your voice more. The women are winning. I couldn't pick out who specifically won. I would have given you, oh, Chrissy, it could have been you. It could have been you. But I can't tell. And I had a big reward for the winner. At the end of this session, we'll find out. So we're still waiting for the minister to walk into the hall. And lucky me, I'm not going to be hosting alone. I'll invite my co-host later. But while we wait, what is something you're looking out for? Is there a mic in the... do we have a mic on the floor? Do we have a mic on the floor, organizers? Are there any mics on the floor? Would be nice to hear from someone, any investor at all, what you're looking to get out of today's session. Any volunteers? What are you looking out for? What do you hope to get out of today's session? Any volunteers? And I know names of investors in this room, so I'm happy to call people out. Okay, Gbite, you're up. The mic is coming to you. What are you looking out for? What do you hope to get out of the summit? Gbite is over there. He's wearing a navy blue suit. Over there. Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
Thanks, Blessing. It's very, very kind of you. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. I'm looking forward to, increasing my network, meeting some really great, innovative founders, improving on the deal flow from Uganda, and just, really ingraining myself in the ecosystem. Really excited to be here.
That is lovely. Thank you. Do we have any founders in the room? Hands, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Gbite. Do we have any founders in the room? Any founders? Okay, we have a founder over there. Let's ask him what he's looking to get out of this session today. He's right there on the left. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael from Tugende. I'm based in Uganda, so I'm looking to get more visibility for the amazing opportunities in Uganda for all of you who are visiting for the first time or looking at deals.
Thank you so much for sharing. Do we have any operators? Oh, there's an operator over here. Let's give her the mic. What are you looking to get out of today's session?
Hi, I'm Jagruti Vista and I'm the co-founder of Hindsight Ventures. I'm really excited to be here to connect with the diverse crowd that's in the room and looking forward to having good conversations and seeing how we can collaborate with the folks here. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to recommend, I think, one more person. Let me nominate one more person. Favor is over there. Favor is on the left, my left, over there. Favor is about to tell us what she's going to get out of the Uganda Investor Summit, what she's looking to get out of the Uganda Investor Summit.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Favor, and I lead partnerships at Tech Cabal. I'm excited to be here and excited to hear about what investors are looking to do at this conference, to connect with the founders, and yeah, looking forward to the sessions.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I hope we get all the things that we hope for. One of the great things about events like this is that we get to meet people we've never met before, connect with people we've met multiple times, but maybe we only run into them at events. But at least this could be a great opportunity to catch up. It's an opportunity for us to share insights, things we know, but also a great opportunity for us to learn about things we don't know. And hopefully, deals will come out of this. Partnerships will come out of this. Knowledge, news, information, as many positive things that could come out of this. We will really, really appreciate that. Today is going to be a very interesting day because we have multiple things happening. We have panel sessions, and a lot of the conversations are focused, very balanced to be honest. So I need to give a big shout out to the people who put together this event, because there are balanced conversations around policies, global competitiveness, deploying capital, mobilizing local capital, helping the Uganda's innovation system prosper or grow, conversations around market access, conversations about scaling innovation beyond borders, and so many interesting things, to be honest. And we have a very interesting lineup of panelists who will share their insights based on industry knowledge that they've gathered and expertise over the years. Hopefully, we'll have chances to ask them questions, and if we don't, you can meet them up after every single panel session they have and connect with them, ask your questions, and get deeper insights into the industry and probably Uganda as a whole. I'm gonna take 5 to 10 minutes break, and as soon as the minister comes back into the room, we'll start this off. But while we wait, please try your best to connect to someone beside you. Don't sit silent. You never know who you're sitting beside. Could be the next investor in your fund, could be the next investor in a portfolio company that you are already invested in, could be someone who could open market access for you in a new country. So speak to them, make friends, don't be shy. The one charge I have for you is to make at least one friend or one very important connection before you leave the summit today. Can you commit to that? Can you commit to that? Uganda Investor Summit. Thank you very much. See you in a few minutes.
Today, we are here at the e-mobility parade as one of the opening actions for National Science Week 2025. E-mobility is now moving into maturity. we are really now moving into maturity. I see so many companies, we have capacity to manufacture 10,000 vehicles in the country now. Majority of them are motorbikes. We have started with Family Day. This is a week which is going to be phenomenal. Come to Kororo and experience what science has so far achieved. We are ready for the market. And please, when you come with some money, because there will be deals here. There will be great things for you to buy. You will not believe they are made in your country. The entrance is free. Please come as many times as possible. Welcome to this first ever Science Summit for Uganda.
The National Science Week has focused on exhibitions where innovators present prototypes and demonstrations to visitors in order to show what scientists are doing in Uganda.
Today we mark a shift from mere promise to performance, from a raw potential that we have nurtured to realized impact through the full harnessing of science, technology, and innovation as the engine of our national and regional development. Our development partners, I appeal to you to support Uganda's unique STI vision, not as charity, but as investment in a rising innovation economy. So now we invite the public, the media, all of you to join in this crusade. And within a few years, we shall forget where we were when we started the journey.
Our role at Kazire Health Products is focusing at standardization of natural medicine. Aware that more than 60% of Ugandans, they are still using herbal medicine.
What we are doing in Matuga is to manufacture these biological drugs, to manufacture these vaccines that have not been affordable. People who have not been affording these drugs can afford them for the first time on the African continent.
For you to begin from scratch to attain a certified product, one way is technology transfer, to have a very well-trained, skilled team.
So without understanding the material you're working with, you cannot make a product. First, understand the material, its science, then you can transform it to solve a problem.
You have to be persistent to build your dream, to bring your business to life. You have to be driven, curious, and most importantly, one thing that we struggle with ourselves is belief.
We have up to 40% local content, and you will see some of the parts and components we are manufacturing here. Brake pads, oil filters, air cleaners, wiper blades, tail lights. Right there you will see. We have attracted investment of over $160 million since 2018. And with all this investment, we've been able to create over 10,000 jobs and avoid over 270 kilotons of CO2 equivalent. These are some of the fields of practice.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Mulimutia. And to explain what I just said, I'm going to invite my resident Ugandan. If you're Ugandan in the house and I did not pronounce that right, don't worry. There is a resident Ugandan co-host who's going to help me fix it. And I would hopefully have the Ugandan accent, probably be able to speak a little bit of the language before I leave here. I would like to invite my co-host, wearer of multiple hats, David Gonahasa, to the stage. David, can you maybe tell the people who are not Ugandan what Mulimutia means? And probably pronounce it right.
So it's interesting how much she was struggling pronunciation. She asked me, how do you say hello in English, in a Ugandan language? And I said, you say, which she almost believed, but you said it right. Thank you. Yeah. Great, so I'd like to welcome all of you to this event. But as we start, I'd like to ask you all to rise for the national anthems of Uganda. Tech team, national anthems, please. Please take your seats. So once again, welcome back to Uganda. You were here in 2023, and during the first investor summit in this country, I asked a question. I said, why have you not invested in Uganda? And we had very many reasons from many of you, but we realized that the truth was many of you also were just not aware of Uganda's full potential. The beauty is that some of you actually did invest. We had investments in companies like FutureLink in the room, eMaisha, Kau, Flow, Tripesa, from many of your funds. And for those who did, we're very confident that you made the right decision and got in early on what undoubtedly will be a great success story. This is why we decided to invite you back. If that one trip led to all those investments, imagine what another visit could achieve. During your last trip, you asked us to address some policy things, infrastructure things, and making initial commitments in our startups with local capital. We have done just that. We implemented 3-year tax breaks for early stage companies. We've built supportive infrastructure and are de-risking investments into early stage ventures with our own capital. making it easier for you to join these endeavors when you're ready, hopefully this time. And this year, we're sure you will discover even more highly investable ventures, from an AI studio that has built local crane AI models, as we call them, that operate offline, proprietary energy grid management systems, a company manufacturing high-quality IoT devices and sensors for Swiss, Kenyan, and Nigerian companies, some of them your portfolio, federated local cloud platforms that not only guarantee data sovereignty, but also are easy to scale, and some of the most unique healthcare and agriculture ventures. And yes, the hangover cure some of you tried last time not only works, but they have also developed a painkiller that the founder claims is an organic morphine alternative. This is being done here and is in the room around you. And also, if you have serious liquidity, you could get in on one of the most capable e-bus manufacturing companies in Africa. Yes, that's the bus you rode this morning, and we have many more of those. Our entrepreneurs do not have the luxury of easy money. We have had to hustle, and hustle we will, and we invite you to join this journey. Your money will be invested in what could easily be the best validation market in Africa. And you might question scalability, but consider this context. Uganda is the 22nd smallest country in Africa with the 9th largest population. That's 48 million people living in a country smaller and with more people than Algeria, Morocco, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Mozambique, Zambia, Botswana, Namibia, and I could go on. And we're optimistic that these next 2 days will reveal Uganda, the Uganda of the future, a nation not only aiming to grow its GDP from $50 to $500 billion, but also actively building its entrepreneur ecosystem. And yes, now we need the money. So take this journey with us. Take time to explore the event venue, meet the startups, agriculture innovation, aeronautics and space and mobility is on the right, with e-bikes, buses, trucks, charging systems, aircraft simulators, parts, chocolate, coffee, and so much more. On the left, minerals, hangover cures, natural therapeutics, biotech, new tech, AI, hardware, and many, many more. Sometimes you ask, why do we mix it all together? It is deliberate. It's deliberate as an institution with departments that are focused on key sectors of our economy. At the end of the day, be happy to learn that Uganda might just be the best hospitality, Uganda just might be the hospitality capital of Africa. Revel in our vibrant nightlife, try our incredible experiences, and the Rolex that we eat. Again, welcome to Uganda, enjoy Uganda, make money here, we shall be your guides. As I wrap this up, I want to thank a few people. I want to thank the team at Greenhouse Capital, Kunmi and Bunmi, if you could stand at the front. These two gentlemen have been very instrumental in putting this together. And behind them, a team of very strong ladies. Ify, and you should stand. I mean, you've probably seen emails from Ify over and over again and the organization around it. Uloma Omotola. I have been called honorary Nigerian because I can pronounce the names properly, but I think over time, I think that we'll be doing much more together. I also want to thank the team from Hindsight Ventures, Ajay and Jagruti, who also did support, invite a few people. Please stand. I know you don't want to, but I insist that you do. Thank you very much. And of course, the team from the ministry that has worked tirelessly to make this work. If Melissa is in the room, please stand. She's been handling a lot of your communication, and you've been seeing this over the last few days. At this point, and as we start this event, we're very optimistic about what we shall achieve. And I would like to, on that juncture, invite the Honorable Minister to make her remarks. And let's look forward to a great Investor Summit 2025. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello. Our distinguished guests this morning who have traveled from many parts. Some of you have come from different parts of Uganda. Others have come from different parts of Africa. And yet others have come from across the different continents. Karibu. You are welcome. You are welcome to this second edition of the summit, of our investor summit. And I would like to just acknowledge you in your various protocol status. And I would like to take this moment this morning to give you a very warm welcome. It's indeed my honor today to welcome you again. I see a lot of faces who were with us last year, and the fact that you have come back, it means you are strengthening the friendship. It means you saw something and you are back to see it. But I also saw and I've had opportunity to discuss and meet and greet a number of people who are coming to Uganda for the first time. What that shows is you've had some news, and you have come because of that news. You are very warmly welcome. I'm called Dr. Monica Musenero Masanza, and I'm privileged to serve as the Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation at this time, and just being a witness to this which is happening in this country. So this summit is a very important platform for us. It is embedded in the most important event of the year in Uganda, in the tech ecosystem, in the innovation ecosystem. And this is the 4th edition of the National Science Week, but the 2nd edition of the Investor Summit. So I warmly welcome you all to this Pearl of Africa. It was named the Pearl of Africa in 1904, meaning it's that precious bit. And I want to assure you, it has not lost any bit of its beauty. Please, while you are here, beyond listening to me here, trying to get you to write those checks here, also move around and see the beauty. Today, as we gather here, I'm really gratified at this meeting because it has given us, just excuse me a little bit. Yes, it has given us a lot of gratification, even us ourselves, to watch the way we have moved. As we watch Uganda transform right before our eyes. Those of you who have been coming here like Bumi, I think you see the metamorphosis just happening. And I'm saying that so that you don't make this your last visit, because next year you are going to find us at a different level, at a bigger, better, broader level. So as we stand here, it's a point, we are at a certain nexus where creativity has met technology, creating a very, very unique environment. It has met commitment, it has met purpose, and it has met a good ecosystem, policy-wise, leadership, to make sure that we establish a very unique environment for Uganda. So this particular summit has come at a point when we are really designing Uganda's science, technology, and innovation environment to go to market. When you see our theme for this year, for the Science Week, we are saying Made in Uganda, innovation to market. Over the past 3-4 years, we have matured our innovation ecosystem. And those of you who have been here, you can feel that, you can see that. We have matured our ecosystem. We have custom designed it to be suitable for purpose. Many people have been accusing me, why aren't you telling us about what's happening? And I'm saying I was preparing the bride. I was preparing the bride so that you can see the bride in the full array of beauty. So welcome to seeing this bride, and I hope that you will like what you see. So today we have brought together key actors. We have a lot of innovators all through. They represent just a small segment of what is happening in the country. If we were to have all the investor-ready innovators, innovations, and companies, we would not fit on the premises. So we had to be quite picky to see who comes here. And we have policymakers, we have regulators, and you, our investors, so that we can create that connectedness, that completeness of network, which births what we are all yearning to see, a very, very vibrant investment and development ecosystem here in Uganda. As we gather today, I would like to give you a few reasons, really, why you must invest in Uganda. I know you know them, but I'm going to give them to you so that you can have them and hold me accountable. The first one is that Uganda, we are having a very robust economic growth. And it is not just randomly happening, it is very intentional. It has been a very intentional, it is happening by, we are one of the fastest growing economies, not just in Africa, but globally. And so this is a very rapidly moving economic environment, which is really ripe for investment. Two, we are one of East Africa's emerging innovation hubs. Uganda may be different. We have been designed to be unique. And interacting with us, you'll find it very, very gratifying. Before we started this summit a few years ago, people were like, let's go check out Uganda. Maybe, but the business is happening here. Today I've scanned around, and many of you are saying this is the real thing. I hope it is the real thing. Uganda has a very conducive startup ecosystem, very supportive. Government de-risks many of the startups you see here. We have invested in them, we have tested them, and we have done some foundational. So you're going to find working within an ecosystem which is being built, and you're coming to complement what government is doing. And I want to assure you, Uganda is a very stable environment, politically, We are very safe. In terms of security. You do not have to worry about that. So when you put here your investment, you know that you're planting your seed in fertile soil, which is likely to produce 30, 50, or even 100. So Uganda is that. Uganda has a very young, tech-savvy population. Our population, I was checking the statistics, 75% of Uganda's population is below 35. They are born during this season. I'm talking to them and I'm trying to catch up with their thought processes. They are really, so we have the people, and we've been offering free primary and secondary education, as well as technical education, for quite a while, so they are very well educated. We have also built the supportive infrastructure. We have a lot of active innovation hubs and incubators to support the startups, to support the innovators, and we have set up both government and private sector, but government has set up foundational infrastructure across the country, and we are building some more. And we are going to be, maybe I should save this for the last, but let me say it now. Government has approved, and starting this financial, it is starting almost tomorrow, we will be putting up 1 square mile of Tech City. In a very prime area. Funds have already been provided for this, so you can't go wrong investing here now. This is all going to be dedicated to putting up supportive infrastructure. We already brought home things like the Deep Tech Center of Excellence. You have seen a small part of it here. Those of you who have some time, this will be a to-go place where we are designing hardware end to end. You can design, you can prototype, you can manufacture in country. Right here. And we are working on the whole array of hardware. But not only that, we have also set up infrastructure to support the software, AI. We have set up some localized cloud storage. So there is a bit of infrastructure to support everywhere. But not only the high tech, we have entered places like the automotive, and I'm very confident we are hosting the most modern, most competent automotive manufacturing facility on the continent. It is, many of you are saying you're going back Saturday, otherwise would be very happy for those of you to take you there. And all this is the e-mobility ecosystem. For medicines, we are hosting the largest pharmaceutical manufacturing facility on the continent. This is just within 30 minutes drive from the city center, and it is manufacturing a whole over 3,000 different drugs. We set up these infrastructures so that when innovators come up with things, we are able to immediately off-take. Our government is providing off-take for many critical outputs of innovations. Uganda, we are one of the countries on this continent who have a surplus in electricity. Green energy, we have a surplus. We can't consume what we are producing. And so you will not be hindered by that. Really, we have the best infrastructure to support. And so If you can't be convinced by that, I don't know what will convince you to write that check. As you meet our investors, our innovations, you're going to find a very high growth ecosystem. We are fast movers. Here is your minister, ready for action, dressed in jeans, and so you're not going to suffer finding her behind something. She'll find you where you are. So the political and is very, very supportive. So I want to welcome you today to this summit with a different mode from what we had last year, for those of you who are coming back. Then you are coming to check on us. Please today come to invest in us, because we are ready for you, and we believe you are ready for us. I'm looking forward for very lively discussion starting this morning up through the day, and to a very, very engaging session with our innovators tomorrow. Once again, you're welcome. Tusanyusa okubalaba. That is Uganda. We are happy to see you. Welcome, karibuni.
Another round of applause for the Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation. I love how she spent time breaking down how science, technology, innovation is fueling and catalyzing the economic landscape in Uganda. But my favorite thing that she said was, hold me accountable. You remember her saying she's a minister of action dressed in jeans. When I first met her, she couldn't stop raving about matoke. So I'm going to pass on this charge to you. Please, to the investors who are here for the first time, don't leave this country without trying out matoke. It will make the Honorable Minister very, very excited. Can you promise to try? Did I hear a yes in the house? Can we promise to try? Thank you very much. Remember what we said? For the people who are just coming into the room, we all agreed that whenever I say Uganda Investor Summit, we're going to shout back. Wow. I'm trying to introduce this concept to the people who are just coming into the room. Represent me well. Uganda Investor Summit. That's the spirit, because you know, the minister just said, dear investors, write that check. Uganda is ready for you. And to take us through the next session and help you see that Uganda is ready for you, we're going to be having a presentation around mapping the Uganda investment landscape. And our focus will be talking about where capital is flowing today and where it's going next, what our next breakout sessions are. And you must notice that for today alone, I am Ugandan, so I'm going to refer to Uganda as R and not they are. So get used to it. I'm Ugandan for today. Somebody's going to give me a Ugandan name. I think I will ask around and figure out one. And to help take us through this session is the founder and managing partner of Greenhouse Capital, Bumi Akinyemiju. Please come on stage. He's going to be the moderator for this session. He will do a great job of introducing himself and inviting and introducing his panelists. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Blessing, our awesome MC. And I'd like to also thank the Honorable Minister. I think she really set the tone, she set the stage. And if you don't mind, I'm going to walk around. I think we need to activate the energy in the room because, like Blessing said, Investor Summit, Uganda Investor Summit. Guys, coordinators, can we get more coffee in the room? You know, so let's do that again. Uganda Investor Summit. Yeah, awesome. That's more like it. No, I'm really, really excited to be here today. Why? Because in 2023, the Honorable Minister met Kumi. And Kumi came back to me. He was so excited. He's like, I visited Uganda, and I think that's the next place we should focus on. Now, this is after we've been investing in about 65 companies across Africa, mostly Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, and I just laughed at him. I was like, Uganda, what do you mean? What are you talking about? And he said, all you have to do is come and meet the minister. I met her and everything changed. I was sold because with her, you can't say no, right? I don't know if anybody has noticed that. It really changed because we all know that in Africa, the potential is there. We talk about that all the time. But the piece that's usually always missing is what? Is political will. And anytime you say political will in front of her, she says political will is right here. He said political will is right here. And she says, I'm in the office of the presidency. You want political will? You got it. And that's all I needed for us to really believe in the Uganda mission. So I'm excited to be here. And really, I wanted this conversation and this session to be a little bit interactive. So I'm going to ask for like 2 mics. I'm going to give one to Kumi, and then I'm going to have one in the, in the hall. So please help me get 2 mics. Now, let me start by setting the stage. And I'm going to set the stage by building on what happened in 2023. Like I said before, I was an unbeliever, and the minister turned me into a believer, right? And 2023, we tried it out, and it was interesting. We came to check it out, right? Then 2024, we did another smaller event, but focused on the mobility vertical. Now, we're back here, 2025. And some of you have come all 3 years. Some of you have come 2 years. The question is, what has changed? The question is, what are we going to accomplish together today? So with that, I'm going to, please, let me know when the mics are ready. But I really want to set the tone. I want to set the stage, because I think this theme needs to continue through the conversation today. The first is, the title of my conversation is From Friction to Flow. Some friction to flow. Uganda's real economy innovation engine. So that's really what I want to talk about today. And I'm very deliberate about using the word engine. And you'll see how that plays into the conversation today. The tagline for my topic is where STI meets steel, seed, space, and scale. Now, STI stands for Science, Technology, and Innovation, right? But I'm deliberate about talking about steel. I'm deliberate about talking about seed in agriculture, and so on and so forth. This isn't just another summit. Today is just not another summit. It's really what I'll call the boardroom for Uganda's future industries. And I want you to keep that in mind, because a lot of times we always talk about founders, startups. But I think there's something unique about Uganda that is beyond startups. And I'll come to that in a second. I think that we have moved from startup cheerleading, and we want to move today to sectorial transformation. sectorial transformation. We want to move from digital only, founders only, to a point where we're here to fund the future of mobility. We're here to fund the future of energy. We're here to fund the future of biotech, the future of infrastructure, of agriculture, and so on and so forth, but powered by science, technology, and innovation. So essentially, the summary of what I just said is that this Uganda and this Investor Summit, for Uganda, the future is not an app. Kenya can do app. Nigeria can do app. Egypt can do app. But we are not here to do app. It's really about roads, about grids, about drones, about labs, about processing plants, about factories that is powered by digital technology. I'm not sure if everybody is following me, because I'm using that to set the tone for the comparative advantage that this market has. I'm using this to set the tone for what I saw and what made me a believer. It will not be smart for Uganda to be saying they want to build the next app and fintech and those types of things, but to flip it on its head. And that's why I'm really, really excited. And I'm going to call out some investors in the room. When we pass the mic around, I'll make some introductions to some investors to connect the dots with what I'm saying. So that's the foundation of everything I'm trying to connect to. The second part of setting the tone for today is, let's talk numbers. Let's talk what's happening across the continent. And many of you know how much capital has been raised by tech startups, right, on the continent. How much money was raised in the 2020, the heyday of venture capital, right? I think if my numbers are right, somewhere around 2006, there was about, let's say, $300 or $400 million in the whole continent of venture capital. Fast forward from 2016. Again, that's just about 10 years ago. Fast forward to 2020, 21, 2022, I think it got up to somewhere around $5-6 billion. That's 10x, right? Now it slowed down, right? The VC winter, macroeconomy slowed down to somewhere around 2.2 billion last year, something like that, right? And I understand that as of half year this year, Africa is somewhere around $1 billion, right? So again, just macro stats. Now, let's zone in a little bit and look at where is that money going into? Which countries are is the money going into? Which sectors is the money going into? Countries, obviously the big four, right? Nigeria, Kenya, Egypt, South Africa is taking somewhere around what, 80%? 85% of that capital is going there. I think Uganda will probably fit into that tier 2 of the next batch of countries, right? Now let's talk about sectors. The money is going into, what's the number one sector? Number one sector, can somebody help me? Where that VC capital is going into on the continent? Fintech. Everything fintech, everything fintech, everyday fintech, right? Aren't you all tired of fintech? Right? Now, what's the number 2? Who can help me? Number 2 sector? Who can help me? Let's guess. Is it agriculture? Is it ag tech? Is it health tech? Is it climate? Is it e-commerce? Sorry? Mobility? Yep. I like that. I think mobility is somewhere number 2, depending on the year. Right? So then, if we now take that back into Uganda, how much of that capital is really coming into Uganda? I think 2022, it was somewhere around, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, maybe somewhere around $50 million, $60 million. I think 2023, it jumps to somewhere around $300 million, something like that. But typically, it's usually one major deal that changed the game. Now, I've talked about the macro numbers. There was an announcement, I think a few weeks ago, and Ebele, maybe you can help me here, but I think there was an announcement of a refinery where the Middle East is investing in a refinery transaction in Uganda. That deal alone is probably half of all the transactions in the whole continent. I don't know if my point came out. The point is that if we start focusing on the real sector, the focus that the minister has on the real sector, but then add digital enablement around it, can be very, very transformational. That's my punchline. So my punchline is really that it's time to invest. The minister said it earlier. Some of you came up in 2023 to check it out. Now is the time to invest. Thematically, the place to invest and the style of investment is one that is anchored on the real sector, right? But turbocharged, ignited with the digital economy, right? So with that said, I hope some of you are now checking your checkbook, your pockets, and saying, and maybe increasing the number of zeros in the investment you're going to make today. I hope I've been able to convince you and not confuse you, right? And I think that we have the mics now, and really, I think, my last point here. So if we've set the stage, we've set the tone, and we've talked about like how we're going to invest, and that the fact that you've come to check it out, and now it's time to actually invest. I think a few things that are very, very important. The first aspect of it is that we have actually invested in a deal room platform. And today and tomorrow, it's not about checking us out anymore. It's about doing deals. So I want to call on everybody. Uwem, I'm looking at you, right? So I'm going to be calling out names because the Honorable Minister has already, she whispered to me and said, you know, how many deals are we going to announce? So it's really about announcements of deals, right? So now you're kind of asking me, some of you are saying, well, my investment committee needs to meet, I can't commit. Don't worry, I understand that. Me too, I'm a VC. There's something called due diligence. There's something called term sheets. There's something called letter of intent. All of those count as announcements, okay? So really, we want announcements. Even if you're still gonna do due diligence, it's fine. Every year, when we finish these events, we write a white paper, and that white paper summarizes everything we talked about and all the deals that we've agreed to do. It also has a very important section, and that section, I remember 2 years ago, the president himself was here, and the president said, I want a written documentation of all the things that we need to do as a country for you to invest. And we wrote it into the white paper. Anybody that wants a copy of the white paper, please ask one of the organizers and you'll get a copy of it, right? So every year, every event, we write a white paper, and the Honorable Minister already announced some of the things that they've done. We're gonna talk about it more when we go into the panel session, okay? So the white paper is very important. Now, I'm talking about the white paper because we're going to use the white paper to document all the deal announcements, right? Like I said, a deal can be, we're looking at this opportunity, we're going into term sheets. We're looking at this opportunity, we're going into due diligence. And by the way, deals don't have to be startups only. We're gonna do startups, we're gonna do SMEs, and we're also going to do projects. I don't know if Bill is in the room. So Bill, I don't know if you announce your deal. And by the way, if you want, your deal can be anonymous too. You don't have to put your name on it. So I'm giving you a lot of outs for capturing your deal. Now, I'm going to introduce my co-founder, Kumi, at this point, because he's going to be your deal man. And you can probably recognize him. I think he's the only one in the room with a bow tie. So when you're ready to announce your deal, Kumi, actually, can you, for a second, do a little bit of a reflection on 2023 versus today, and then talk about how people can register their deal. And then Uloma, Femi, where's Femi? Femi, oh yes, Femi. So Femi, by the way, I'm going to be calling people out because we're not here to play. So Femi used to run the Africa Fund for Google, right? The live deal room tracker that we're creating that's going to support anonymous tracking, different things like that. Femi is going to make sure that that's there because it's all about the data, right? So we're ready for you. We're ready for this. Uwem, I'm looking at you. So I don't know how many deals you're going to announce between today and tomorrow, but we're expecting that. So Kumi, over to you. Tell us 2023 versus now, and then tell us how do we have people register their deal. And a deal can be what parameters do we need? Please.
Thank you very much, Bumi. If you guys need to spot me in a crowd, just look for the bow tie, right? Very easy, and I do that intentionally so that we can get to connect with each other. But what Bumi has just said is really important. 2023 was the first experiment to check this thing out. Uganda, first time I brought it up to Bumi, he was like, what, where, why? And then interaction with the Honorable Minister, like Bumi said, changed everything. Because you need political will behind every strategy. And that's what we don't have a lot of in Africa. There's a lot of talk, but very little action after an event like this. We lose momentum, we lose traction. But with her work starts the day after this event ends. And that's the beauty of working with leadership that cares genuinely. Now, 2023 was slightly smaller, and I'm proud to say that today is bigger and better. We're able to fly in some maybe 50 investors. We're able to see a lot of the showcases around. At the time, Uganda was not even sure on what to focus on because there's just so much potential, right? Is it fintech? Is it edtech? Is it mobility? Is it biosciences in terms of biotech, pharma, and what have you? But now there is some sort of focus and there is comparative advantage in terms of what Uganda would give you that most African countries would not be able to give you. And so what we've seen now is an evolution over the last 2 years, and that's what you're really looking for as an investor. You're not going after one-hit wonders. You're looking for the constant evolution and continuous improvement. And I think that's a really big KPI. Secondly, is around the deal potential. And I said this to a few of our colleagues. We're riding together from the airport, and I made a comment, and I said, do you know in Uganda, if you go to a Ugandan store or supermarket, 80% of the goods there are made in Uganda. Think about that for a second. You go to a Ugandan store, you go to a supermarket, 80% of those goods are made by locals and consumed by locals. It tells a story. It says that they make what they use, they grow what they eat. There is pride and trust behind the brand. So as an investor, that for me is half of my due diligence, because I always ask the question of offtake. What am I investing in? Who's going to buy it? If that market already exists, that's already 50% done. Now, compare that stat to many African countries. From the country I'm from, it's the opposite. It's actually 80% of imports that are in our stores and supermarkets. And so a lot of these products, these things that have gone from ideation to now actual real commercial products, are made by people here who are young. The Honorable Minister said 75% of the population are under 35. That's the engine that you have. And so what's really missing is supportive capital from us to take it from good to better, to take it from better to best. The Honorable Minister said 2 years ago, and her theme was making Uganda the best. We've since evolved from that to now, of course, the theme is on there, about innovation and going into the marketplace. Because you can be best as a local champion and no one knows about you. Your full potential only comes out when you're out there and more people benefit from what you have. Right? So really, the difference for me has been mind-blowing. If I look at the strides Uganda has made just in 24 months, I cannot say that's happened in many other countries that we've invested in Africa. And this is real facts, talking about figures. So guys, you're in the right place at the right time, the right zip code, dealing with the right leadership to be able to propel your capital and give you double-digit growth. I know a lot of you might complain, just like Bumi has said, well, if I like this as a person, my decision alone doesn't count. I have investment committees. I have to go and sell Uganda to my team. I have to sell maybe the sector to my team, right? A lot of people don't know what's going on here. That's fine. But the intention alone counts a lot. The fact that you've even thought about the potential, you're already on the winning side. And so what we ask of you today is, guys, how many of you guys have seen a program on TV called Shark Tank? Raise your hands. You heard of Shark Tank. You've watched the series. Or Dragon's Den, right? See what they do there. They have ideas and entrepreneurs pitching. You have the panelists who are supposed to be investors or VCs like you guys right here. And all they do is, if they like the sound of a deal, after asking preliminary questions, then there's an intention. It doesn't really mean that they're writing a check, by the way. I hope you guys know that. It's still subject to due diligence. They have their team look at it. There's still adjustments. But it's for show. It's the TV show. It's why many of you watch it. And the reason behind that is something called positive momentum. That's what we need to build. You like something, don't be afraid to express that you like it, because your neighbor who's sitting next to you, who may have doubts, hearing from you now, is now a little more comfortable because they know they're not alone. That's why it's important for you to be expressive. You like something, say it. You want to know more about something, ask for it. The information is here in the house. And the team has been working over the last 6 months just to curate all the information that you need to make a sound investment decision. We need to make this summit the new Shark Tank of Africa. By tomorrow, you would hear of probably 30, 40 highly curated deals from incredible founders. They're gonna come and make a pitch. You're gonna have one-on-one sessions with them. Whatever you see that you like, make a stand. Give them advice on what to improve, what to tweak. Policies in the house, leadership is in the house. Tell them what you need in addition for you to be able to make that choice or take it to the next level in your organizations. So that's what's required. So once you know you have a deal, you've spotted a deal, it's really important for us to know so that we can actually develop and invest more in that particular vertical. Because for everyone that you like, trust me, Uganda, there's 1,000 of them. For everyone that you see that's interesting, there's another 50 of them today.
Awesome. Kumi. So I have the data. Thank you very much. The results are out. So, thank you. The results are out. I just asked my team very quickly. On the deal room, we have 83 deals, 83 startup opportunities that's been pre-screened. We have 29 investors who are registered in the deal room. There's an AI platform that also scores the deals. There's about 75 deals scored already. And then we have announcements. The number of announcements so far is 0. Okay? So, but we just kicked off the process of announcement submission. So, as we wrap up this session, to set the stage, to set the tone, I just want to remind you, you want to submit your deal, talk to Kumi, talk to Uloma, or talk to the platform guy, that's Femi. Number 2 is, you might have a deal, but there's a government intervention that's required to unlock the opportunity. I'm just going to go out on a limb, and Honorable Minister will correct me later, and I'll say, call Kathy. You know? So we assign that to Kathy. She's the blocker, right? And remember, your deal might be in any other ministry because STI is the ignition behind those deals and opportunities. You also may want to make sure that your announcement is featured in the white paper. Talk to IFI. What else? Yeah, I think so. Those are the key announcements. So finally, let's remember that today, it's really all about Uganda. That is not an app. It's really the real economy. Let's remember that it's really not about trends and being sexy and fintech. It's all about Uganda's economic sovereignty. Let's remember as well that in many countries, we're always cutting ribbons. Ribbon cutting is the moment of pride. But here, deal closing, deal announcement is our new national ceremony. And as we move on for the rest of the session, I hope we will get more time to do personal introductions of all the investors in the room. We want to know you. And I know we don't have a lot of time, but hoping Blessing will give us some time so that we can get to know you. We get to know what sector you're interested in. We get to know what deals you are announcing. We get to know if you're announcing a deal, you want to put money, or you have a deal that's looking for capital. Both sides are okay. We have a dedicated room for you where we have agency heads, ministries, that if you want to meet with them, STI will try to get them to meet with you. That's how you know that we're ready for business. Thank you all, and welcome.
Thank you so much, Bumi. Please don't go too far. you are responsible for our next session, and I will be inviting you back up shortly. But core things that stood out to me from the last session was that sectorial transformation to fund the future of specific sectors is the next way to go, or is the current way to go. So if you would like to do the things that Bumi has announced, most importantly, if you would like to announce your deal, please let the team at Greenhouse know. If you would like to unlock your deal, like unlock an opportunity within the government, the team at STI through Kathy would be informed. And if you would like to add your deal to the white paper, Ify, the lady over there, Ify, please stand up for please stand up for recognition. If you'd like to add your deal to the white paper, that's Ify over there. She's the person to speak to. That was such an enlightening session, and I love that he said deal announcement is now our new ribbon cutting, like it's the next way to go. Moving on to build on the positive momentum like Kumi has positively reinforced for us, to me, this particular summit is igniting positive momentum. And for us to build upon that, we'll be going into the multi-fireside chats with a private sector context. So I know you're probably used to fireside chats being 2 people, but this time it's going to be 3 because we want it to be multidimensional and have a private sector twist to it. And in this specific fireside chat, we'll be discussing policies, incentives, and the path to global competitiveness. A lot of the focus will be around de-risking innovation and boosting investor confidence through enabling policy. And to take us through this, I would like to invite again on stage the founder and managing partner, Bumi Akinyemi-Drew, who will be our moderator. Bumi, please come to the stage. And joining him on stage will be the Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Dr. Monica Musenero Mansanza. Okay. Please join us again. I'm so sorry, Ma. I will do better, I promise. She will be joining us on stage alongside the chairperson of FitSpa, Mr. Vincent Tumwik Juke. Please a round of applause for them. Thank you.
All right, maybe we'll just do a quick mic check. Can we do a quick mic check? Vincent, can you do a mic check?
Hello?
Mic check.
Okay. This one is working. Mic check. Mic check. Yeah, good.
Okay. All right, fantastic. So we will jump into this fireside chat. I think we have 30 minutes, but it's just going to be a conversation. It's going to be a conversation to build on everything that's been discussed so far. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the opportunity to be here. And Vincent, you know, we go way back, you know, so we'll talk about that as well. I think this is really good. My first question really is, we've talked about why Uganda, why now? We've talked about, I think, the national planning framework for Uganda. The last one was a 15-year plan, which takes us to 2040. I just really want to give you, Honorable Minister, an opportunity to maybe just talk about why now? Why June 2025? Why should somebody make an investment now? What is that, you know, imperative that makes like a level of urgency to participate in this economy?
Thank you very much, Bumi, for that question. Why now? Why Uganda now? Uganda, we have moved quite intentionally, very uniquely, intentionally. Our economy in the segments was planned to go through 5 stages to reach here. This is stage 5. And in stage 1, there are things we did. Stage 2, there are things we did. Stage 3, there are things we did. I'll just talk a little bit about stage 3. Stage 3, we focused on building the general infrastructure. So when you looked so much into innovation, you wouldn't. If you had come to Uganda 15 years ago, electricity would have gone up so many times by now. So there was a very intentional building of foundations. And in 2010, we developed a strategic plan for the country to take the country to upper middle income by 2040. And so we have been implementing stage 4, where was building the industrial and productive infrastructure and the human capital that will do that. And now, over the past 5 years, we have been preparing the innovation ecosystem, because in stage 5, which is the stage where we are going into, and this is inculcated in the national planning, we are beginning on July 1st to implement what we call National Development Plan 4. And it is all built largely on science, technology, and innovation. So this is a very, very intentional move. So we are now moved into that stage where the focus of government, the focus on our private sector is to move into the transformation, a very, very intentional socio-economic transformation. So there has been a lot of focus. And yesterday, we had here a very, very interesting discussion. We focused on policy. Policy to create a very positive ecosystem to move the nation into that, to support science technology, to support startups, to support the innovations by government, but also to make sure that we support the investment ecosystem. So this is just the right time for investment to come here, because this has been intentional, and the entire country is geared to support this.
Wow. That is really, really impressive. That's impressive. That's encouraging. I didn't even know about the 5 steps, right? And I think there's probably an opportunity there for everybody to go and read the National Development Plan and know what's starting July 1st. I think that's an opportunity. I think secondly, there's an opportunity to also get the outcome of the policy conversations that happened yesterday, right? So the fact that this has been intentional, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, and level 5, I think that I'm convinced that, the time is now, and it's time for us to jump in. Maybe the next question I'm going to ask is, okay, we've worked on infrastructure, we've worked on the talent ecosystem, now the innovation ecosystem is advancing, but I want to ask, can you talk us through briefly maybe 3 anchor projects, that STI has been a part of, that demonstrates that you're not just saying this, but you're putting your money where your mouth is. People can actually go and see it, right? Can you talk about 3?
Let me first list them so that I don't. 3. Okay, thank you. For this, the first phase of our tech development and the transformation, socio-economic transformation, we have prioritized 8 areas. Now, the strategy is that in each of these areas, we have what we call a Pathfinder legacy project. A project where government puts in a lot of investment to make sure that the entire ecosystem is thoroughly examined if we are ready to support this area and identify any gaps and come in. One of those is mobility. As we all know, Uganda historically has not been manufacturing cars. But once this idea was picked up, we established Gira Motors as the legacy Pathfinder project for that mobility industry, automotive industry. And we also came in at a good time. We took advantage of the energy transition to the green economy to make Uganda a source of technology for green economy. So we took advantage and built around this, and government has invested over $100 million in building a factory, state-of-the-art, and in the production and design of top-of-the-range in technology, in beauty buses, electric buses. And I think we hold a few firsts here. We have the largest mileage of electric buses on the continent. And our president was the first president to ride in an electric bus.
Oh, round of applause for that.
Yes, and I'm the first minister to drive an electric bus.
Amazing.
So we have built this, and now we have gone to the market. And we have packaged it, we have developed the human capital, we have developed the pilot plant. We call it pilot plant because our dreams are bigger. We have 2 square miles of industrial park ready for investors to come and produce inputs into the automotive industry. And starting July, I'm going to be putting in utilities, and investors will come and they'll be given free land to build where you can produce parts. So, but that has already expanded. The operating system, which the management system, transport management system, called Kasaiba, has come on top of that. So we are able to integrate that. And now we are building the electronics for the bus. There is a company which is here, Innovex. They are building the electronics for the bus. And it is just going and growing beautifully. So this is one of them. And again, if you want to see Uganda, you have to see Gira Motors. The second facility investment we are putting is the Deep Tech Center. This, amazingly, is a 2-year, it has just been there only 2 years. Sometimes to me it looks like it has been there forever. And what we did, it was to invest in a facility that provides infrastructure for light manufacturing for our innovators. And we started, we supported the start of a company called RERA to manage the innovators, to help the innovators. So they come in, they are incubated, they will design, they will manufacture, they will design, they will prototype, they will market test, they will manufacture, and they go to market. For me, this is a very, very unique approach. Uganda, then we have in the traditional, what we call the traditional economy, because we've segmented it into 2. This is value addition to Uganda's products. We started it from 0. We have a special type of banana here. We call it matoke. And please, if you're not from Uganda, make sure you've eaten matoke. Because matoke is a very special food. Very, very special food. One, it produces flour which is gluten-free. I don't eat gluten, so I love that. But it has two other unique qualities. We call it the happiness food. It's partly or largely responsible for the smiles you see on the Ugandans' faces. It has a special chemical. When you eat, your mood is cheerful. We call it the happiness food. And it also has a special starch, which goes through your digestive system, and then it is digested in the lower part and modulates your immunity. So it boosts your immunity. Now, before this was eaten just by Ugandans, we had no way of largely giving it to the world. But now, we have processed, and there is a store somewhere, but you can also find in the supermarket. It's now available to the world. We started it from studying the chemistry, but now it has reached a place where it is open for investment. It's gone all over the world. It's going for export. And so these investments have not only trained the ecosystem, they have built pathfinding so that in Uganda now, most likely in whatever you invest in, it's just going to be a walk.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. I'm hearing three major announcements of things that have happened. The first one is mobility with Kira Motors. Over $100 million of government money has gone into it already. And I think you said 2 square miles.
Yes, 2 square miles of land, which is already, utilities are going to be established. And if there are people here and you're ready to invest here, you'll be made a landlord.
Okay, so you have land allocation opportunities around mobility. The second one I'm also hearing is the Deep Tech Center. So the Deep Tech Center with light manufacturing opportunities. So anything around that. And then the third one is the value addition. So the value addition.
The Deep Tech Center also has software. We have an AI studio, which is, they're making, and a gaming studio. Very, very interesting things.
Awesome.
Very interesting.
Awesome. All right, so those are 3 projects that shows you that Uganda is ready for business. Now, I'm going to move to the private sector side for a second and go to Vincent. So Vincent runs a company called FutureLink. And we had the 2023 Investor Summit. He came, showcased his company. He's an entrepreneur. He's a builder. 2 years later, he can actually attest to what the government is doing through this platform. Because through this platform, there's been an investor, they're in the room today, who actually took a bet on his company. And I believe both sides are happy. So I want to ask him a little bit about what is the journey like as a Ugandan entrepreneur who needs to raise capital. What was it like before 2023? And then what's the sense that you're getting now that you've seen a number of these investor summits happen? What's your take potentially about the future?
Thank you, Bumi. Yes, like Bumi has said, my name is Vincent Tumwejuche. I'm the CEO of FutureLink Technologies, and I also happen to chair the board of the Financial Technology Service Providers Association in Uganda. And so my story is representative of the typical African entrepreneur, because FutureLink Technologies was founded in a garage with $300, and the furniture that we started with was a donated furniture that had been in some family friend's garage. I typically put it on my head and went into this garage that did not have any window, and this metallic door was facing the sun, so in the afternoon it used to be a sauna. And you know, when you speak about a Ugandan entrepreneur or an entrepreneur in the secondary markets, we are talking about resilience. We are talking about early lessons to make sure that every little, every $1 is able to give you many times the return, because you don't have the luxury to make less losses. If you make losses, you are on your way out. And so FutureLink Technologies learned the hard way to make every dollar count. So we are a community-driven marketplace for financial services. And the story of FutureLink begins with a very personal story. Some time back when I was in high school, my father, who had retired as a teacher, was taking us back to school the next day together with my younger brother. And he had slaughtered one of his cows and brought all the family, savings and the cells. And when they had emptied themselves, the money wasn't enough. And I remember him asking my mother, "Are you sure you have brought all the family savings?" And he said, "Well, everything is here." And for about 4 minutes of silence, we were in this one room, and we discovered, it dawned on me that there was really this responsibility that I had to do something about. So we embarked on financial inclusion. But the journey has not really been easy, because Uganda until 2023, you hardly knew any investor. Investors were going to the big four. And I remember pitching to some of the investors, and they were like, "We like the traction, we like the fact that you are profitable, we like the growth, but we would like to hear from you when you cross over to Kenya." And I'm like, "Why Kenya?" Because, it's a two-sided story, Bumi. Because when I look at some of the stories that are coming up, when you invest in a company like FutureLink, which has learned to achieve product market fit with so little in a secondary market, they can as well play in the bigger markets. But when you start from the big fours, it's not a guarantee that you will play well in the secondary market, because the dynamics in the secondary markets are so different from the big fours. So Uganda offers you a unique replica of Africa. It's the reality of Africa, that the markets are small, you learn how to deal with regulators, you learn how to build models that are replicable, and this is how you actually grow. So I am really very happy. It's a beautiful thing to see our investors in the room as well. Since the investment, we have seen, and we concluded this investment last year in the third quarter, but we've seen already growth. Now we are growing at revenue of 9% per month, month on month. This is something that I think is phenomenal. We have decided to remain profitable. Profitability is a decision you make. And that is really a discipline. When you burn your cash in a market like this one, you have no guarantee. If your runway is a few days, you're going to get out of business. Forget profitability. So we are very intentional. We are disciplined. And now we are now getting into the pre-series A. We have gone to Zambia. We are entering Kenya. And then we should be able to raise much later, in about 1.5 years, to be able to extend to other markets that are similar to Uganda's.
Amazing. Please give him a round of applause. That's a great story, because I think it just demonstrates that everything we're talking about here today is not theory, right? Deals actually happened, money moved, and companies are being built. And they're being built with growth, profitability. I think there's another panel later today where you actually hear from the investors as well. And I hope that if you're not already looking at their company, you should definitely jump into the deal room and, and talk about that and look into that. So I'm going to come back to you again, Vincent, and talk about, as investors want to invest in this market, what is your advice, right, for them? What is your advice for them? Obviously, the first issue is always, we don't know if anything is happening in Uganda, secondary market, like you said. But now, investors have started coming. But what are the types of bottlenecks that you see, and what's your advice for investors in getting over that bottleneck to be able to do deals?
Thank you, Bumi. So Uganda happens to have had now some time to prepare this phase of the action. The regulators are in a way aligned. I am happy to report that the National Payment Systems Act, which basically empowers Bank of Uganda to regulate payments, was very consultative. It was a product of consultative market consultation. And because FutureLink is also regulated by Bank of Uganda, the governor and Bank of Uganda have been really very consultative. So my advice would be that you make sure that the entity is sufficiently regulated. Because if they're not regulated, they could set you back, or they will have a regulator holding them back. And you know your time. You know that you are time bound. So if your fund is 5 years, you have 5 years left, and now you're going to spend 2 years running up and down with licensing, you know that you're going to have a problem. So licensing, and part of the licensing, you have Bank of Uganda, which regulates the national payment systems operators, then the Financial Intelligence Authority for anti-money laundering. These are very friendly regulators. There is the National for Data Protection. Again, that is NITA. And these are things that are readily available. So I would advise that you take care of regulation. The other is business models. So again, business models need to be sustainable. And in my opinion, as one that has really Africa at heart, a sustainable business model must be inclusive of societies. It must be inclusive of the communities itself. Because if it is not that, with time, the communities will realize that they have been excluded. And this is why FutureLink works together with financial cooperatives. Because with financial cooperatives, you are able to have the investment stay within the communities and create sustainable growth, sustainable value. Because if you just invest in a company that is extracting value from the communities, at a time when regulation changes, the communities are not going to defend your business model. And this is what we have seen when you have sustainable business models that are inclusive of the communities will defend the business model, even when it relates to regulation.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that, Vincent. I think the points are very, very well noted. Sustainable business models, inclusiveness in the rollout, and licensing and regulation. I think that's really on point. And I'm going to come down to my last set of questions because we're running out of time. I'm going to come back to Honorable Minister. And my question is, let's say an investor is looking at an opportunity. They want to invest in another Vincent, right, as they're talking, but they're not sure. Maybe it's a company they like the business model, they like the team, but they need it de-risked. Maybe they needed to have run a successful pilot. My understanding is that the ministry has some funds that they some grants that they can provide to high potential startups to be able to de-risk. So can you just tell investors a little bit about if they hit a stumbling block, like they need to meet another minister, or they find a startup they want to invest in, or there's a project that they want to launch in the market, but they need some element of de-risking pilot grant, what is available?
Thank you. The government of Uganda, again, as I said, we are really intentional about supporting our startup, our technology development, because we really want to shift our economy. So we have an innovation fund. We have an innovation fund which has been being increased. It's been increased, and many of the startups that our investors are going to encounter, they have been funded to deal with some of the preliminary things, to prepare them. And many times, if there is an investment, but there is something that needs to be dealt with, we provide three major things. The first one is the technical support. We have a very wide array of technical support, ranging from universities to manufacturers to throughout the ecosystem. We are able to get technical support to help deal with any glitches that may arise. And we are able to quickly coordinate this because we sit at the office of the president, and sometimes you'll find that the relevant infrastructure you need is in another ministry. We can access infrastructure across government. The second one is a business development support. We have an investor readiness program where we help these companies to deal with some of the things that within their shoestring budget, sometimes they are not able to set up a good financial management system. They are not able to deal with all the legal things. That investor readiness and investor and market readiness program is funded by STI, and we provide this support so that they can get their business systems ready for investment. Then the third one is that innovation fund. These are grants that we give, and they range, they vary. They could range from 50,000 to $2 million US, depending on what the innovation is about, depending also on the stage where they are. In terms of linkage with regulators, SCA comes in, either at the technical level. If things go a bit higher, I come in to make sure that we have been increasingly able to reduce time where people are able to meet statutory requirements, regulatory requirements, so that we bridge that gap to smoothen the journey of the entrepreneur. But many of the people you'll meet within here, they have received a grant, and if we give them grant one, they are not ready, we work with them until the investor comes on and takes a handshake. But even when the investor comes on, should there be something that requires support from government to make them ready, we are always standing by.
Wow, that's amazing. I am not sure that there are many other countries across Africa that has that type of support system. And one part of me is just saying, wow, how do we market and promote this a little more, right? We need the chief promotion officer for Uganda. Maybe we can get some investors to volunteer. Okay, so maybe that's the other announcement we're gonna have. You can announce opportunities. You can also announce that you wanna be part of the chief promoter officer for the country and a lot of these great initiatives. We'll welcome that. Final word. Vincent, let's start with you. Can you answer the same question I asked earlier? just very, very briefly, 1 minute. Why Uganda, why now? Through the lens of a founder.
Yeah, I think that one would like to really appreciate on behalf of the FITSPA Association for the STI Fund. So the government has contributed to this fund to help entrepreneurs, businesses at seed stage that are able to, pilot. But we are also seeing the regulators also who have been, flexible to set up the sandbox. For example, Bank of Uganda has a sandbox framework where you are able to deploy certain innovations before you scale. And these are really very helpful, and they show that the country is actually ready for the kind of innovations that are unique to be able to scale them. Yeah.
Awesome. Sandbox, ready for scale. Final word, Honorable Minister. As I've done business across Africa, one of the key limitations and issues and roadblocks that we run into as business people, as investors, is always really about accessibility of government and decision makers. If there are people here who have a serious opportunity, serious project, can you tell them how accessible you are, or the government of Uganda is, to be able to? So if they come to me and say, hey, Bumi, we really want to do this thing in Uganda, here's the, it's a $10 million, $20 million project, can you tell the audience if you're open for business, if you're accessible, if Uganda is reachable, as we wrap up?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are open for business. The quickest way to reach me, I'm not sure she's in the room. I have an officer, my personal assistant. Her number is actually on our website. But for investment, David is in the room. David Gonahasa, he's just, even if I'm in the middle of another call and he calls, I'll put the other one on hold and I'll respond. We are very, very accessible. And if you need to reach any other minister in the government, I will arrange that so that it is done. This morning I had somebody who needs to meet a minister of energy and minerals. She's away in Cape Town, but she's made available one of the ministers of state who is going to be available to talk. So we are ready for business. We are actually open for business.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, did you hear that? Uganda is open for business. A round of applause for that super, super enlightening session. While I was down in the floor, I learned a few things. I've been educated today. I learned the correct pronunciation of the chairperson of FITSPA's name. So the correct pronunciation, I hope that by pronouncing your name right, you forgive me. The correct pronunciation is actually Tumi Juche. So, Mr. Vincent Tumi Juche, thank you so much for that session. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister Dr. Monica Misenero Masanza. And thank you so much, Bumi, for moderating that. You were fantastic. Because I did so well learning the correct pronunciation of names, I also got a name, a Lugandan name. Do you want to hear it? You don't sound as excited. Do you want to hear it? Okay. So you know my actual name is Blessing, right? It starts with a B. And a very kind Ugandan looked upon me and said, the name befitting of a Lugandan adjacent babe like me is Birungi. Do you agree? You know what Birungi means? Things that are good and beautiful. Does it resonate? Yeah? So please, when you see me during breaks, sessions, whatever, please refer to me as Birungi for today only. One of the core things that stood out for me from the last session was profitability is a decision. And I think that's something we're going to take away with us. You may have noticed that I was also saying the truth, and I would have been shocked if the Honorable Minister finished that panel, that session, that fireside chat, and did not mention matoke, the happiness food that boosts your immunity. Who is trying matoke in the house? You are? I am. And that session must have opened your eyes to the policies Uganda is putting together to help us enable and catalyze economic success in the country. Before we move to the next session, I would like you to rise up for a minute. Please rise up, stretch your legs. Rise up, rise up. You've been sitting for a while. Stand up. Shake your body in any direction you want. Move your legs, stretch, breathe. Whatever you need to do, just for a minute. Say hello to your neighbor on your left and to your right. All right, you can sit down now if you want to. But I just wanted to keep the blood flowing. Please take your seat. I hope that the last session has boosted your confidence as an investor. But if you need more convincing and you need a little bit more confidence boost, our next presentation is going to do that for you. We have a presentation by CL Finance, and they're going to talk to us as the real case study in some sense, like a real world case study. We already know what policies are doing. We already know what the government is doing. But it would be nice to hear from someone who has literally been in the fire, in the dip, and understands the market. In this particular session, he's going to give us a real-world case study of successful investments in Uganda, but his focus would mostly be around lessons from successful capital deployment into Uganda. And taking us through this is Mahen Govinda, the chairman of Midco Trust Company and the CTO at CL Finance. CL Finance is a diversified financial services group with strong roots across Africa and the Indian cross-border capital deployment. So investors, this is someone you should definitely be listening to, especially if you're a global investor. With a background in both public and private sector, Mahen has played an instrumental role in structuring investment vehicles and leveraging Mauritius' global financial ecosystem to enable African growth. His leadership at Midco and CL Finance has helped channel patient capital into scalable ventures across fintech, healthcare, and infrastructure. Here today, he'll spotlight how real-world investment strategies can translate into tangible value for Uganda's innovation ecosystem. His presentation will also provide practical insights into what works and why, all in less than 15 minutes. Please put your hands together for Mahen Govinda. A round of applause, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Well, good afternoon. It's already afternoon. It's great to be here. Great to be speaking to you. I was in the same summit in 2023 and came in to learn about the ecosystem in Uganda, ecosystem for investment. It's great to be invited again. Thank you, Bunmi and Kunmi, for inviting me to share a bit of the journey so far. I'll tell you a little bit about our group, CL Group, which is a listed conglomerate from Mauritius, started in agribusiness about 110 years ago, now very diversified into multiple industry sectors. Whether it's hospitality, we've got hotels in Mauritius, textile factories in Mauritius, Madagascar, Bangladesh, and India. In fact, we have the largest textile setup in India at the moment. In property development, in financial services, I come from the financial services space, where we've invested in banks in Madagascar and in Mauritius. And I'm currently running the corporate venture capital vehicle of CL Finance. So when we started about two years ago, we said we've invested enough in traditional sectors, and especially in banking. We really wanted to look at the sectors which will disrupt the future. And obviously fintech was one of them. And we thought about coming to Uganda to learn more at the invitation of Greenhouse Capital, which has since been our partner in that journey. And we already had invested in Uganda as a group in the healthcare sector. You would probably see the brand C-Care. And we said it would be good to look at what's happening here. And I must say that one of the things we were looking at is not to make investment only to get a capital return after a few years. Obviously, as investors, we want to get our investment back and make a good return. But the other things we were looking at is the potential of synergies. What could be done if we invest in a platform so that this platform could synergize with one of our banks? And what we saw was amazing in the sense that we were looking at what could be done to complement the banking sector, for example. And when you come to a country like Uganda, which is doing well from an economic growth perspective, I think the GDP growth of Uganda has been around 24% years, and you see a young population, quite sizable, 45 million people, so the market is there, but banking is, as all African countries, very low in terms of penetration. I think the banking penetration in Uganda is about 15%. So people need to find other means of doing remittances, other means of getting access to finance, and other means of actually being able to access financing, to be able to grow the business and to earn their livelihoods. So I met Vincent from Futuring Technologies, and he explained to me what he's doing as banking as a service business. It was very interesting, and we looked at another opportunity in the digital embedded finance space called Flow Technologies, which is actually supporting the agents to get float for mobile money businesses. And we said, we find that the valuation and the business opportunities to invest was very ripe at that time. And we made the investment. And one of the things we did was to ensure that these businesses get to profitability and to break-even points. So what we did was to support them in the venture. We started with $250,000 of seed investment. And for one of them, we're now up to $1 million of investment already after a year. I'm happy to report that they have reached a break-even point. And like Futuring Technologies, which started in Uganda, they're now diversifying into Zambia, into Rwanda, and going into other places as well. Other things we're doing is, how do we ensure that 1 + 1 is not only equal to 2? So we already have invested into C-Care, healthcare as a group in Uganda. Can we ensure that we have integration where people who need to have medical care and access to medical insurance could actually do that on the platform that we've invested? And I think this is exactly what's happening now. We are able to put medical insurance and probably financing through mutual aid of medical care in Uganda through these platforms. So basically, what we're saying is it's the synergy that's been created with our investing companies to do better and 1 plus 1 is not equal to 2, 1 plus 1 will be equal to 3. One of the elements we saw as well is the ability for us to say we are leading around. Some of the investors who are very far from Africa, for example, you have some VC funds in Europe at the moment who want to invest to make an impact in markets like Uganda. They're afraid to do so because they don't know Africa. So once we took the lead on one of the investment opportunities, and we said we are going to be the lead investor because we know Uganda, we've been there before in the healthcare space, we know East Africa, our group operates in textile, in banking, in agribusiness in the region. They said, yes, we're going to come with you, so you take the lead, we'll follow on, and we've been able to have investors tagging along with us. And as our investing companies continue in their fundraising process, we're proud to say that once we take the lead, we can get other investors to come in and to help to close a round. So this has been very, very positive for us so far. We started the journey in the fintech investment space 2 years ago, and we want to do more. We are in the deal room. Bunmi maybe will make an announcement tomorrow, but we are really, really supporting the ecosystem in Uganda and in the region. Some of the challenges I would like you to consider in policy making, but also as operators here, is the incentives. We've come in, we've invested, we want to invest more, but we haven't seen a package of incentives for investors yet. We were promised that 2 years ago. After 2 years, we haven't seen a lot. I think it's important that there is a package of incentives for investors, whether on the fiscal space. I would say that if you are trying to have dividends paid, interest paid out of Uganda, the withholding taxes are still very high. I would say that even sometimes punitive for investors. So please consider to come in and put in incentives for investors to fiscal or otherwise, all right, to make it good for people who want to actually invest and want to get dividends out of their investment. The other element which is important is about exit. It's very difficult to exit. You can come in, you invest. Our boards are very excited about making good investments, but they always ask the questions, how would you exit this investment? We all know capital markets in Africa are not very conducive. We don't have a lot of vibrant capital markets. Exit via IPOs are very difficult at the moment in Africa. We have to have the private equity coming in at a certain stage, like Series B or Series C, to buy out our investment. Our sweet spot has always been from seed to Series A, but we always need to think about how to exit. So it is important that the environment to create an exit space for investors are there. And this is where the fiscal incentives come in as well, which we haven't seen so far. The other element which we're finding a bit challenging is changes in policies. Recently, we saw that the Microfinance Authority came in to put some cap on the interest rates. As investors, when we come in, we want predictability. We want predictability in this space for quite some time. So when policy changes and we see caps on interest rates, which can affect the business, obviously this puts some doubt in the whole process. And it obviously affects businesses, right? So it's important that there is alignment between, for example, the Bank of Uganda and the Microfinance Authority, so that, you know, we don't see policy changes overnight. The other element which we are always telling founders now is how do you structure the business well? And one of the things we did with FutureLink Technologies is to tell them structure in an international financial center. It could be Dubai, it could be Mauritius, it could be Singapore, it could be Delaware, it could be London. We prefer Mauritius, we are based there. but Mauritius helps to bring in the capital from DFIs, for example, because Mauritius is an African country, but the ecosystem is there to ensure that there is enterprise value optimization, but also there's ease of coming and ease of exit for investors. So structuring properly is something which is important. We're here to help on that as well. I'm the chairman of a fiduciary company in Mauritius, and I always tell founders, structure the business well so that we can be very appealing to investors. But one of the things, we've taken the commitment at the level of CL Finance that we want to build probably the first unicorn in the fintech space for Africa. We're still very committed to that. And I would say we would be very pleased if this unicorn could actually come from Uganda. So very happy to continue to support. Thank you very much again for giving me the platform to express this, I would say, success story of our investment in Uganda, and looking forward to engaging with you over the next few days. Thank you very much. Enjoy the day.
Thank you very much. That was right on time. And based on the energy in the room, I think you deserve a break. So I'm going to give you a short break, a 15-minute coffee break, so you can stretch your legs, grab a snack. But can you promise me you'll be back in 15 minutes? Can you promise me you'll be back in? Okay, so I'm going to give the break, and please go ahead, have a break, take some time, and please be back in 15 minutes. Thank you very much, and see you again in 15 minutes' time. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I have an update to the break. No, it's good news. So now you can actually go out, grab lunch. Your break has been extended. You can spend about 30 to 40 minutes grabbing lunch, eating, stretching your legs. But please be back in 40 minutes. Thank you.
In a world where urban congestion and air pollution are rising challenges, Uganda is taking a bold, clean and innovative step forward to revolutionize urban mobility globally by delivering safe, affordable and sustainable electric public transport solutions. Introducing eBus Express, Uganda's pioneering electric mass transit solution, proudly powered by Kira Motors Corporation, built for Ugandans by Ugandans. It's not just transportation, it's a movement toward an eco-friendly, smarter and more inclusive future that puts people and the planet first. With the Kayola EVS at the heart of the experience, passengers enjoy a seamless blend of zero-emission electric power and advanced digital intelligence. From cashless payments and air-conditioned comfort to real-time travel updates, every journey is designed to be efficient, comfortable and connected. In partnership with Kasaiba Technologies, our advanced revenue management system guarantees transparency and efficient fare collection. At the core of Uganda's green mobility revolution lies a robust charging infrastructure, the engine behind every electric journey. With every charge, eBus Express moves the nation closer to a cleaner, more sustainable future. Built for speed, safety, and scale, this ecosystem is ready to energize entire cities, 100% electric.
Nendo kusima customer care, abagemagani amasimu. When you call, you are attended to. Services mukutambula. Mulimu okusasula buli lunaku. That is if olikuja ekyokubiri nti kalina option jebeta pass. Nti pass eno olunaku ya 5,500. Osobola okugisasula wakanina buli wokaagaana.
eBus Express stands for comfort, dignity, and access for all. Whether you're a student, a worker, or a senior citizen, this is your bus, your future. From Jinja to Iganga, and soon beyond.
Kolera mailo 2 Iganga stage, mobile money. Olunaku bus lwe yatandika okukola, nafuna bakasitoma bangi, era ne mba musanyufu kuba komishoni wange omwezi we gwaggwaako yeeyongerako okusinga bwe kyali emabega. Ate n'ekirala, twafuna essanyu okuba ng'entambula empya ezze.
eBus Express is doing more than moving people. It's creating jobs, transferring skills, and driving local manufacturing forward. eBus Express is setting new standards in affordability, reliability, safety, and environmental stewardship. This isn't just public transport. This is Uganda's leap into the future, led by innovation, powered by sustainability. eBus Express, the electric mass mobility experience.
Nonda Coffee, cultivating legacy, brewing excellence. 20 years ago, coffee was simple, a daily comfort shared in homes and cafes. But to us, at Nonda Coffee, it's always been more than a drink. It's connection, it's craftsmanship, it's community. High in the mountains of Rwenzori and Elgon, in the heart of Uganda, quiet revolution is underway. It begins in the hands of mothers, fathers, daughters and sons, people nurturing each coffee cherry with care, respect and pride. At Nonda, we know great coffee starts with the soil, but even more, it starts with the people, the farmers, the families, the stewards of the land. Today, we work alongside 24,000 farmers across Uganda. But this isn't just about coffee. It's about empowerment. It's about building strong, thriving communities. More than 100 farmer groups, each one committed to excellence, form the backbone of our ecosystem. And through our Nonda Commodities platform, we provide tools, training and resources to grow world-class coffee. Whether it's Arabica from the highlands or Robusta from the heart of the country, our focus is clear. And while we honor tradition, we're also planting for tomorrow. Our seeding multiplication centers give farmers access to climate-resilient varieties and better planting materials, ensuring that Uganda's coffee fields can withstand the test of time.
In the first cycle, we are going to do 250,000 seedlings. Already we have 22,000 seedlings there ready for the garden, but we are going to have 2.5 million seedlings produced from here.
Because the future of coffee belongs to the next generation. Through our Mwanyiyange Coffee initiative, we've trained over 240 young people in farming, in roasting, in barista skills, empowering them not just with knowledge, but with purpose.
Njegere okulabirira emisale gino n'okupootinga obuntu bere tinsobola ng'okunasala beedi ng'eno ogirabirira kusa n'ekyo nkyegerewo saa gino nsobola okikwasaganya tete n'opootinga eno ate mbona tete nga ye abitiriirewo emukwasaganya kusa ino.
These are the future leaders, the entrepreneurs, the visionaries who carry Nonda forward. At Nonda Coffee, our mission is simple. Celebrate the people behind every cup. For years, we've stood side by side with farmers, building trust, sharing stories, and creating change. Because the true value of coffee isn't just in the bean, it's in the hands that grow it, the hearts that harvest it, and the lives that depend on it.
Lots. Abantu abakuhimba omwani hano store nabapema mwani nina mwaba muterebesana mwarura abana balonka mukaga musanzu kwisiminize ekiro butukubantu ku omwani ubu naba abantu abakukinganingani 10 twina abarugutaha motoka nababagana akasente kuruga mukugura omwani muri katugamba mukwiza kutuletara sente nikirete nkora korana mukitweka.
We are brewing excellence not just in every cup but in every community we touch, because here at Nonda Coffee there's magic in every sip. From the soil to the harvest to the brew, we don't just make coffee, we craft a future, we craft a legacy. Nonda Coffee, it's magical. The Magical Coffee Experience, Coffee in the Wild 2025, where The Magical Coffee Experience, Coffee in the Wild 2025, where adventure meets aroma. A journey of flavor and wonder. This year, we brought to life yet another unforgettable adventure, the Magical Coffee Experience, Coffee in the Wild. Set in the heart of Uganda, this journey celebrated not only the country's vibrant coffee heritage, but also its untamed natural beauty. For 2025, we added a new twist to our blend, welcoming an enthusiastic group of Saudi Arabian tourists. Eager to discover the pearl of Africa, they came not only for the landscapes, but to test, feel, and understand Uganda through the depth of its coffee culture. Our destination, the majestic Murchison Falls National Park, a place where wilderness and wonder collide. The journey began with a scenic drive through Uganda's lush countryside. As we entered Murchison Falls National Park, the landscape transformed into an immersive natural symphony teeming with life and history.
You're most welcome. I'm called Captain Justin. We are heading to the bottom of the falls. Around here, this is the common animal you see. You normally see hippo, crocodiles, sometimes elephants, when they come down to drink water. When you are taking photo, please you take care of your properties like phone and camera. So when you see something before me, kindly please, you let me know and stop for you. Thank you very much. Enjoy your trip.
At every turn, our guides shared the story of Uganda's coffee, from the cool highlands where Arabica thrives to the lowland warmth where Robusta takes root. Uganda is a land of dual identities, mountain and savanna, cultivation and conservation. Guests indulged in a specially curated Ugandan coffee tasting. The mist from the falls mingled with the aroma of fresh brew, creating a sensory moment unlike any other. It was more than a drink, it was a moment suspended in time. Our Saudi guests experienced traditional Ugandan coffee preparation, and coffee became a bridge between cultures. This wasn't just about tasting Uganda's coffee, it was about understanding the hands and hearts that bring it to life. Coffee in the Wild is more than a tour, it's a celebration of heritage, hospitality, and harmony with nature. As we look to the future, we envision this flagship experience continuing to welcome travelers from around the world, each time with a fresh blend of discovery and connection. Because here in Uganda, coffee isn't just a crop, it's a story, a ceremony, a shared experience. And we can't wait to brew the next chapter.
walk around the room, and I'd like to just, if you have any initial thoughts as we get into the session, any initial thoughts, any comments you want to give. We had a fairly interesting, really interesting panel from the minister and her team. We had the presentation from Seal Finance of a successful investment in Ugandan companies based on one of these events. So I'd like to, if you have any comments that you'd like to share, kindly raise your hand, and if you will, give you the microphone. At this point, I might just call out to see exactly what they think about the event. Bruce, I see you at the front of the room. I'd like to ask, from the morning sessions, do you have any yes, you, Bruce. Do you have any, yes. I'm just going to call out. It's much easier as well, I think.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bruce Lule. I'm a venture capitalist, a general partner at Seedstar Africa Ventures, a Pan-African sector-agnostic venture capital fund. Thank you very much for providing me this opportunity to provide some commentary. I think the setup for this investor summit is very impressive. To see the various companies set up, have conversations with the various entrepreneurs has been fantastic. And to have a room for investors to interact. I've been impressed by the various stakeholders that we have around. So we've been able to talk to regulators, co-investors, investment advisors from across the world. So that has been very impactful. So yeah, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bruce. I want to ask one more person before I invite Blessing up on stage to take us through the day. I think Charmaine would be a good person to ask. Ify, she's right next to you and not listening. Right behind Bumi. Charmaine, do you have any feedback on, you had lots of opinions during lunch. Do you want to share some feedback on the session and how you think, we can make this better? I'm going to hand over to Blessing in a second, but just to, get you into the conversation. So you could just stand, tell us who you are, what your fund does, and what you think we can do better, or if we're doing great.
I feel bullied. Was that because I was turned around why I got picked, yeah? So I'm Charmaine Hayden, fund manager at Good Soil Venture Capital. We had some discussions about what it would look like in order to be able to deploy in Uganda. And we're talking about synergies between not just us as the investors, but also as, what it looks like for follow-on. There's some really, really amazing talent here, and it's really exciting to be here once again. I was excited last time, so I'm back. So hopefully we'll find some interesting projects.
Thank you very much, Charmaine. There's one other person who had lots of opinions over lunch, so I want to ask him, you said you had some very interesting opinions over lunch about how we can make this better. So I'd like to ask you, while everyone is here, I'm going to hand over to her in a second. So before we go back to the panels.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Head of Investments at Launch Africa. Some of my suggestions, I wanted to say them on stage. So you're stealing my thunder already. But I think that, again, great initiative. This is the third time I've been here. We've done a number of deals in Uganda. So I'm not new to the ecosystem. I do think that there has to be more concerted efforts in, the problem is not the pipeline. I think the pipeline exists, the deal flow exists. It's telling the right stories of the right people to the right persons. What is most interesting to me might not be the same thing that's interesting to a fellow investor. So finding out our preferences, and before the event, giving us some sort of preview of the kind of companies we should speak to and we should engage with will be much better in sort of aligning our interests with your own objectives.
Thank you very much. And to that end, tomorrow we do have the investor founder session happening at the Serena at 9 a.m. That will be, of course, based on, you'll have to be invited to that. But the idea is get some of, not only the ventures to showcase, but also the departments in STI to share the direction, the work that's being done, for you to appreciate not only what the ministry is doing as an institution, but also look at some of the portfolio that's been developed. And we will also try as much as possible to see that we can give you very structured information on them to help you with your decision making. I want to hand over to Blessing so she can take over. Thank you.
At the lunch. Did anybody have matoke at the lunch? I would know because you'll be happier. It's the happiness food. I think I'm going to know when I see happy faces. So if you had matoke at lunch, please put on a smile for me. Yeah, thank you. Okay, that's a good number. Thank you. We're going to move on to the next session, and we're doing well for time, but David is about to come take the mic from me for one quick second.
So just to make a quick announcement. Because of time, we've decided to merge the original agenda you had. We've had to merge some of the panels. We will still be able to have the full discussions, but we have a pretty heavy afternoon and the dinner planned. So we'll merge the panels so we can go through a little bit faster. Thank you.
Perfect. Happy to hear that. So we're going to move straight up to the next panel, and that is going to be moderated by Leonard Busunge. Fun fact, he gave me my name. Do you still remember my name? My Ugandan name. Do you remember my name? Oh my God. Birungi, that was my name. Yeah, Birungi. And Leonard Busunge gave me this name. He's such a great person to take us through the next session because he will be really focused on talking about deploying capital and delivering impact. I'm going to hand over the mic to him shortly to introduce his panelists and himself. Over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today I got the privilege to confer a name to our MC for the day, Miss Birungi. Let's give her a hand. Isn't she doing an amazing job? Oh, yes. Leonard Busunge is my name. I'm the country coordinator for the East Africa Venture Capital and Private Equity Association. I'm here today to do a simple task, which is really curate a conversation around private capital in Uganda and the pitfalls. Hello? Yes. The challenges and pitfalls and experiences that we have. Critically, we noticed that our growth sectors, agri-tech, fintech, health innovation, and manufacturing, they're gaining traction, but we're still seeing a bit of, hold up in actual deployment, which remains slow and a bit shallow. The distinguished ladies and gentlemen who I'm going to be speaking to are going to put a spotlight on investors who are active across the spectrum, from early stage to growth stage and mezzanine. So we're going to meet people who are actually walking the talk. Are you excited? All right, so quickly, I'll call my panelist from Seal Finance, Mr. Mahen Govinda. He was here earlier. Please give him a hand as he comes up. From Power Capital Partners, Dr. Edward Singoma. For those of you that know him, the grandfather of private equity in Uganda. Yeah, this man has more than walked the talk. We're going to have Agnes Islatner from Fundraising Capital. Agnes, I saw her earlier. Renew. Can you hear me? Yes. I believe it's Raisa, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Right, Miss Raisa Chaudhry. You'll forgive me for the name. Yes, let's give a hand. Thank you. I think this is much better. Yes? We'll have a representative from Launch Africa. Yes. Give him a hand as he comes up. We'll also have a representative from Seed Stars Africa. You're very welcome. This one, AFIG. Is it AFIG Funds? All right. And OBDA. Agnes, I'm sure she'll join us as we go along. Yes, you're very, very welcome. Let's give him a hand even as he approaches. All right. As they settle down, I'll give them a minute to just reintroduce themselves. I think Mahen, you need no further introduction, but maybe Edward, we haven't heard your voice today. Just introduce yourself a bit, and we'll go to the left afterwards. Over to you, Edward.
Hello? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Edward Isingoma Masco. I am a PE impact investor in the space. We've been here with Pearl Capital Partners and have been at it for now 18 years and based out of Kampala. We've managed 4 PE and venture capital funds deploying capital only for agriculture sector. And we are now raising our fund number 5 and number 6 together and stay in the region doing all various forms of alternative financing structures in the space. Thank you.
Yep. Afternoon, everyone. My name is Witsel Dunea, and I'm the managing partner of Odba. We're an early-stage venture capital firm investing fintech, edtech, health tech on the African continent. Really excited to be here. We've got one portfolio company in Uganda, which we've got the founders here, Dele and Louisa Olafui of Kunda Kids. We have 30 portfolio companies, 22 on the African continent and 8 in UK and Europe. And we're really excited to be here and look at what other opportunities we can find to invest in. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Raisa Chaudhry. I work with Renew Capital, which is a early stage venture capital firm investing in tech and tech-enabled startups. We're sector agnostic. I'm excited for the rest of the conversation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Uwem. I am the head of investments at Launch Africa Ventures. At Launch Africa Ventures, we are the largest tracker of African innovation across the continent. We've invested in early stage companies across 25 countries and 160 companies across the continent, basically, from fintech to edtech to climate tech. You name it, we've sort of invested in across board. We have about 2 Ugandan portfolios in our portfolio, companies in our portfolio. Numida, how many of you know Numida? And Logistify AI, which we invested coincidentally in last year after the Ugandan tech summit. So glad to be here and looking to contribute my quota to developing the ecosystem.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bruce Nserekolule. I just introduced the fund that I'm a general partner at, be it Seed Stars Africa Ventures, a lead venture capital investor at seed to Series A. Generally speaking, I have invested in I've made over 70 investments across the continent at various stages, having set up 2 venture capital vehicles on the continent. And it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my esteemed panelists. Maybe actually we'll start with you. We want to dive into capital deployment frictions. You said you've made about 75 investments, if I'm not mistaken, and 2 capital vehicles, right?
Yes.
So could you just share with us what are some of the most persistent frictions you encounter when you're trying to move capital from fund to founder?
Well, yeah, so I guess with regards to frictions, maybe even starting from the beginning of the journey,
yeah.
Raising capital to deploy in Africa is still something that's growing. Yeah. We have a bunch of developmental organizations that are providing capital to push the development of funds, which is fantastic, the likes of the European Investment Bank, African Development Bank, which are investors in SeedStars Africa Ventures.
Yeah.
But there's still a lot of need to activate local capital to invest in vehicles that seek to invest in venture and so on. So we do see some investment from ultra-high net worth families that understand the value that venture can bring in terms of return and impact. But in terms of corporates, pension funds, asset managers, on the continent, maybe outside of South Africa, it's still relatively low. So really from the beginning of the cycle, actually getting funds to deploy into investment on the continent is a very difficult task. And you find that fund managers spend a significant amount of time fundraising, and some unfortunately do not manage to do so. But then really moving on from that, you tend to find, at least let me speak with regards to venture, but I think it's true with the other asset classes, you'll find fund sizes that are not per se big of a size, of a notable size to perform the functions of a fund manager well.
Yeah.
So that's definitely a challenge. So in venture, you'll find on the continent, an average venture capital fund has about $40 million of AUM, and noting the typical structuring fee for these vehicles, therefore has relatively limited capital to actually figure out how to invest, how to support their companies, how to exit, and so on. So that's definitely a challenge. I think the stretch that fund managers have to do all the things they need to do to be good fund managers. Let me leave it at that, and I guess you can ask the opinions of the others.
I actually wanted to throw it to Edward, because I heard you say that you've raised 4 funds so far, now you're raising 5 funds and 6 simultaneously. I wonder if you managed to get any sleep at all, because fundraising, especially in our markets, is quite something. So maybe from your experience, Edward, what are some of the frictions you've encountered when trying to move capital from fund to founder? Because, I mean, you've been doing this a while, so.
Yeah, I must say, for the way the structure works, which is beautiful, is that once you have LPs all lined up and then you've agreed on parameters and KPIs and what the fund deployment is going to be, then it's easy. But then the challenge always remains that as you progress from one fund to another, then you start having the real questions, the hard questions of valuation, the hard questions of track record, the hard questions of what returns, the hard questions of how has Fund 1 performed, how has Fund 2 performed, and how has Fund 3 performed. Now, for those of us who are deploying capital for returns that are both financial and social impact, the social impact returns are not publicly measurable. They are measurable with specific attributes to particular investors' needs and expectations. So every time you have a bunch of investors, you are able to agree how it works, and then you're able to get it along. Now, the hardest bit in raising a fund is when and how to get alignment with an anchor investor, what we call the first investor that comes in to father or mother the fund. And that becomes the most difficult thing. At the moment, we are raising 2 funds. We've managed to get an anchor investor for our 4th fund, and for our 5th fund, and we are having, luckily, another anchor investor for our 6th fund. But both funds, because they have different parameters and expectations, we then are in that space where you've got to align each fund with the needs of the investors. Our 6th fund, which is doing dairy horticulture has allowed us to actually do fintechs. And we are really getting to be strong at fintechs that are working with dairy and horticulture sectors in this market. And that is a local Uganda fund and capitalized by the Dutch Embassy. We are very proud that they are anchoring that fund in a very exciting way. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. Mahen, we want to come to you. You spoke so well earlier. You're talking about the investments you've done across the continent. So as someone who is now investing in Uganda as well, could you share with us if there are any country-specific challenges here that make capital deployment harder or easier compared to other countries?
Yeah, I don't think deploying capital is harder or easier in Uganda than it is in any other country. I think as I mentioned during my speech earlier, there are definite elements which can attract investors to Uganda. Demographics, you have the economic growth, you have the political stability. There are a number of things, and there is political will, as we've seen. I think what we need to think of, because as an investor, you come in, you have to think about exit, right? So I think the key question is, how do we exit from this market? And I think that's where one of the things we are telling the founders, and when we're on the boards, we say, number one, you need to be able to develop outside the country as well. It's important to have a regional, and if not a Pan-African play, right? And I think Vincent mentioned something which is extremely important this morning. A lot of people want to get into the big fours, right? First, because I think the market is there, etc. But I think if you get into a place like Uganda, it's a very good test bench. If you can make it happen here, then you can make it happen in Zambia, you can make it happen in Tanzania, and maybe in Kenya, in the East African region. We like people who are systematic in their approach and do things in a very pragmatic way. And I think that's what we saw here. We saw founders which are extremely pragmatic in the way they're doing things. But the question of exit will remain, and something that we need to address upfront.
I agree. It's something that we are scratching our heads around, exit, especially in our market here. But I just want to take a pivot to Raisa. Bumi earlier was talking about we need to do deals. We need to make deals happen. And I know at Renew, you've done a number of investments across East and Central Africa. So you're uniquely placed to answer this question. Where in the investment process, sourcing, DD, structuring, disbursement, do deals in your experience most often stall or die?
Yeah, that's easy. So I think a lot of the times it comes down to whether or not the companies have their documents in order. So, I mean, during sourcing, there's kind of the, send us your deck, that kind of thing, and sometimes companies drop off there. But I think the most heartbreaking is when we get to a deal, we're really, really interested, we've given them a term sheet, we're ready to kind of proceed with full due diligence, and then they just don't have the documents in place. And so I think that's kind of the biggest challenge on that front. We've put together a number of resources. We've tried to put our DD checklists out there as openly as we can so that people can really prep for that and get ahead of that question as much as they can. But yeah, maybe I'll leave it at that.
OM, where in your experience do deals most often fall off? It's looking good at sourcing, at due diligence, and then you even have a timesheet, and then...
I think it's a very interesting question, and it sometimes can be very contextual depending on the stage of the business you're looking at. At the pre-seed, sometimes I don't expect you to have everything in our due diligence checklist. So I'm indexing for the other things that you don't have. Obviously, your projections do not make sense to me at pre-seed because I know that whatever happens, your projections will never come out that way. That's just how life operates. But I'm looking at, is the founder coachable? Is he listening to me when I talk to him?
Is it responsive when it ought to be responsive? I'm not saying I'm going to send you a message on Saturday by 2 a.m. and expect a response. But if I need a document on Monday and I send out an email to say, hey, as part of our DD, you don't have this document and I need it, and you respond 2 weeks after, then personally I would think you're not a serious person. But I think generally every founder, and I expect every founder trying to raise money, to have the basic components of a due diligence folder. You know, your basic projections, your company registration documents, your deck. Sometimes I've seen people have various versions of their deck depending on who they are speaking with. That's okay. But fundamentally, I just want to be able to get every data point that I need from you when I need it. And it varies across board depending on who I'm speaking with, the type of business and the stage.
Thank you so much. And I hope the founders in the room are listening to some of these insights, because on this side of the table, that's a lot of the frustration comes from that end. And I think they've taken note of the concerns shared. I want to shift to, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, Odunoyo. Did I get the name right?
Is that me?
Yes.
What did you say?
I was trying to pronounce your name right.
It's Bitte.
Huh? Bitte. Bitte.
Yes.
Oh, okay. LPs. Can we talk about LPs, right? Do your LPs understand the realities of doing business in African markets? Or do their mandates sometimes have you, scratching your eyes out of, are you kidding me? Yeah.
I think it's a brilliant question. The reality is they don't become your LPs until they're satisfied with your thesis and they understand what it is what your plan is. But I would say it does get difficult because a number of our LPs, either the African ones, which are high net worth Africans, have not invested in venture before. So their expectancies are very different from a number of other investments which they've done. The foreign investors, sort of like the same thing. They're learning, they're getting better, but it really does, I think to answer the question directly, I think a lot of that emphasis lies on us, the fund managers, in selling the African opportunity for exactly what it is, making them understand the difficulties that does come with investing in Africa, and of course, the upsides that come with it. So yes, there are a number of times where we are scratching our heads, but we think it's a general process that's getting better. It's our job to enlighten them more about the continent, how we operate in the continent, and it's a conversation that a number of fund managers are having as to what is the best model for Africa, and how do we explain this to the people that allocate us, that give us capital. Because just like the founders, we have a fiduciary responsibility to return capital to our LPs. So the conversations are beginning to happen. LPs are becoming more aware on the differences for the African LPs, the difference between the other asset classes and venture, and the number of foreign LPs too are becoming more sophisticated on what it takes to return capital on the continent. So it's getting better. I think there's still a lot of work for us to do. It is painful. It can be very painful. It is a very painful time to, to sell the opportunity. But I think it's getting better. LPs are becoming much more aware, and I believe we will see a lot more capital flowing onto the continent the more they understand the continent.
Raisa, do you want to add your experience with dealing with some of your LPs, especially with our African context?
Yeah, so I think a lot of the people who've been investing with us for a number of years, they get it, they invested for a reason, and so I would say they're maybe in more of a patient subset of investors, but it's definitely when you're selling the funds, you're also having to sell all of Africa, you're having to sell the opportunity here. There's a lot of education that goes into the fundraising process, and I know that's it's a frustration I've heard from founders as well, that when they go out and they talk to investors, if they're talking to anyone foreign, it's, they're not just having to sell their product and the opportunity, they're having to sell Uganda along with that, right? And so I think it's maybe a shared challenge, and it just sort of impacts how you approach folks. But I think once they've signed on, they're kind of in that journey with us, and it's less of a challenge at that point.
I just wanted to add something quickly, just to bring everything together. One of the things that I've learned as we talk to LPs and also tell founders as they talk to us is you're playing two games. You're appealing to the head with the numbers, and you're appealing to the heart with the story, right? So, finding creative ways to mix those two is of essence, right? Because you're selling Africa as, the next land of opportunities, population, yada, yada. But you're also saying these are the numbers, and to be realistic, this is where we are going to be in the next few years. Come with us on the journey. So learning to weave that story together is what everybody's improving upon, because I'll tell you, and everybody will tell you here that has raised money, that it's a work in progress. You keep on refining your pitch till you hit the right one for that particular type of LP you're looking at.
Thank you. Mine, I want to come back to you. You spoke earlier about making a number of co-investments, leading on investment rounds. So I wanted to find out from you, what makes a co-investment partner valuable beyond capital?
Yeah, this is a very important question, because what we saw is that, and I think my colleague here spoke about the anchor investor. You need to have one or maybe at least two investors coming together and agreeing on the terms for a round. And I mentioned about two things which are important. One is some investors who want to put in capital but who are not familiar with the market would rely on someone who knows, who on the ground, who's got boots on the ground, basically, and then will follow on. I was discussing earlier to our partners at Greenhouse Capital who do our due diligence, and they were saying that the due diligence is very hard, but I can assure you once we've entered into a company as an investor, others follow without even doing due diligence, right? Because they've got the comfort that we've done our work, we've done our homework, and we know that this company will be, number one, sustainable, and number two, that it will bring value. And one thing I would like to mention is when you compare different markets and different elements, is a risk factor that sometimes investors put in, especially if you are far from the continent. I've seen that VC funds which are in Europe at the moment, although they want to invest because they're looking at metrics in terms of impact investment, they put a much higher risk factor on the African continent compared to going into India, for example, which, and I know the two continents, you're probably taking the same risks. It's just that there's a risk premium which is added when you are operating in Africa. That's where having an anchor investor taking the lead, who knows the market, makes a big difference.
Edward?
Yes, as my colleague just mentioned, it's exciting when you have co-investments. One is you want to spread the risk. Two, you also, even if you had all the money to do together, entrepreneurs have this syndrome that is, it's them against the investor. So if you have two investors in a project, that dilutes, and therefore it means that it's all of us together to move the project forward. So the collective effort that comes with that is very handy. And then three, funds usually have a lifespan. So having another investor in a project means that if one fund has a lifespan that is shorter than the other, once you've walked the journey, then exit becomes much simpler, because then the remaining investor could take out the existing investor. We've seen such a case now for the very first time. We are in final negotiations on an exit of a project in Uganda after 6 years, and one of the co-investors there is willing to take us out and keep in the project with additional growth capital. And then the other point that would be very key is stuff around BDS, technical assistance support, non-actual investment capital. There are scenarios where many African SMEs or fintechs or businesses will need hand-holding. will need mentoring, will need that support, will need to improve their corporate governance structures. And sometimes co-investors don't need to necessarily bring so much capital in terms of money alongside your money, but they could also bring these other softer touch and capacity building support that would be very handy and needed to enhance the value of the business and in return the value of the investments. Thank you.
Bruce? Yes, so I think what my colleagues have said resonates well with me. In terms of having a co-investor, I think looking at it from a big picture perspective, adding to the liquidity that's available for a company, especially as investors go through various cycles, have various timelines to invest, so on and so forth. It's good to have multiple people around the table that can pull a trigger. Risk diversification, also agree. Looking at day-to-day operation strategy, whatever it is, from multiple perspectives, able to see or have different opinions of how to deal with situations, so on and so forth, and find solutions with as many minds around the table. I think for me specifically, when I'm looking for a co-investor, above that, I'm looking for a co-investor that provides the support that they're looking to provide in a structured manner, can add to business development, strategy, and execution, but then also knows how to provide support but not get in the way. Lets the executing team do what they need to do, supplements it, provides it, advice, so on and so forth, but doesn't necessarily get in the way. That's perspective from a venture fund. I know from private equity, it could be different.
All right, we'll stick with you, Bruce. Let's tackle this monster of exits, right? You've done a number of exits across the African continent. Could you just share with us how your exit strategy has evolved given the regional liquidity constraints and global economic shifts? I mean, there was a funding winter at some point. So how has your exit strategy evolved based off those shifting tectonic plates?
I think I'll speak to that from two perspectives. So before I became a general partner at Standardizing Africa Ventures, I set up a early stage family office for the Chandaria family. The fund is called Chandaria Capital. So we were a pre-seed investor. We started about 2017, and given the backing that we had, we were able to invest across the continent, ended up investing in emerging markets across the world. Now, I think for us, really, how we looked at exit is we get into something where we believe the founder's vision, we saw they had the expertise to kind of grow it or believed in it. And then we're really looking to exit from even Series A, Series B. So to other later stage funds, both on the continent, internationally, that could take on those positions in the venture world. That worked out pretty well for us because, as you all know, the venture ecosystem continued to grow till like 2022. We were at like 6.5B being invested, and valuations were getting crazy, and there were a lot of funds that were looking to invest in Series A that wanted to get in cheaply. So pre-seed funds that really, were vintage of 2017 were really, in a good place, and they were relatively few. Now, as we all know, a lot of the capital that was on the continent from international has gone back to the home markets, given numerous reasons. And really, a lot of the financing on the continent is based out of the pockets of local financiers. So now we're currently at about, in the venture world, maybe 2.5B, I think, was raised last year. And what that has meant, but it's also been part of Seedstars Africa Ventures thesis, is we look to enter into opportunities, valuing the opportunities based on local exits potential, exits to traditional corporates, as well as private equity. So I think really, in order to ensure that one gets an exit, one needs to, from looking at an investment, think about what are the exit opportunities that exist. Also include what I call maybe the low-hanging fruit, which is exit opportunities here on the continent in that exercise, and therefore value the companies accordingly, and obviously build the relationships with the exit partners that you'd be looking to pass on investments to. So I think having that holistic view, looking at exit opportunities from multiple players, including traditional and local financiers, is key.
All right, thank you. Yes, OM, I was coming to you actually.
Exits. At least one of us here, or all of us here, have had to explain exits to an LP. I think for the continent, we really need to rethink what we view as exits. And partly because we've sort of employed what we would see as mega exits in Silicon Valley and try to replicate the same model here on the continent. And in reality, it's not going to happen. How many companies are going to IPO on the continent? Not that many in the next couple of years. Well, as long as the capital markets remain the same anyways. So we need to rethink what we view as exits. If M&As are the likely exits on the continent, how are we engineering this? I'm saying, and using the word engineer, and that's one word that Keith of Knife Capital, who has exited some companies, usually says, that right from the get-go, right when you invest, just like you said, you're already figuring out what is the exit pathway for this company, and how you're building that into the life cycle of the business to ensure that in the next 4 or 5 years, if your exit horizon is 4 or 5 years, you're getting this company in the face of the acquirer to ensure that you can exit at whatever price that you choose. And then lastly, I think we need to rethink the instruments we use for exit. At Launch Africa, we are pioneering what we call the LASPA, which is more like something almost like a safe swap. And we exited 2 companies to E4E and even sisters at launch. So again, exit is a big problem because that gives liquidity, and liquidity increases confidence. So that's something that actively we're all trying to solve for. But again, if we're going to leave here with anything, is exits are engineered, and right from day one, you have to be thinking exits as you invest.
Thank you. I wanted us to take a different tack, right? I want us to talk futuristic a bit. Let's begin to make some projections. And Raisa, I'll start with you. Could you share with us what are some of the specific themes or verticals you're excited about investing in over the next 2 years? Because I know you guys do quite a bit of investments around East and Central Africa, so just project for us quickly. Then we'll move to your neighbor on the right, and as we begin to wrap up.
Sure. So our next fund is currently in design stage, and we're planning to focus on embedded finance with that. I know I was talking to Flat 6 Labs earlier today, and I think that's been a theme we've seen in a lot of our portfolio companies that are doing better. In terms of other verticals, we're also really excited about logistics. We're excited about companies that are supporting other SMEs, helping to improve productivity, whatever that means in kind of their business model. And then climate tech, I think, has been an area that we've been really excited about, and many of our LPs are also really excited about. So that's another area we've been looking at as well.
All right.
We're excited about B2B infrastructure.
Yeah.
We think there's going to be a lot going on in there. Logistics, of course, we think will provide a number of opportunities. I know everyone is not too keen on fintech, but still madly in love with fintech. Also, it really does depend on the region, but predominantly those are the 3 things that we're excited about.
All right. Edward, I want to come to you because as the person who established the first locally domiciled fund in Uganda, the Yield Fund, could you share with us what has been your biggest lesson from that, but also what some of policy recommendation you can make to ensure that more funds locally domicile and join you?
Thank you so much, and I can see the timekeeper, so I'll try and keep it as brisk. I must say, yes, been an interesting journey. I think as like all firstborns, if there are firstborns in the room, they know what it means. You take the hit, you take all the canes, you take all the disciplinary actions, and therefore you go through the beatings. When we first announced our first investment in Uganda, we were very naive. The Revenue Authority raided the company the next day. And the purpose of investing was very complicated. We had to now fight with URA we hadn't prepared for. When we announced our first exit, same thing happened. So we've had all those lessons, and in the end, down the road, I must say from a policy framework, we are very glad that some of our anchor investors like the European Union, IFAD, and East Africa Venture Capital Association have worked very hard to get all of these challenges have some solutions, whether they are public policy solutions or private sector solutions. And that's why, at the moment, domiciling a fund in Uganda has been so much made easy because the regulations are now there. You can have a fund registered. To put it in context, we just registered a fund and it took us less than 10 days to have a fund registered in Uganda, domiciled in Uganda, and have bank accounts, TIN numbers opened, with the fund getting its natural tax exemption. And that is like gold. We think many other investors and LPs should be able to domicile funds here now going forward. No need to work with structures in Mauritius like we had to do many years ago. And I must say, it's been an interesting journey. Yeah, thank you.
Mahen, I want you to have the last word. Edward
Dennis,
just
you're
bashed.
pushing it.
Yes.
But yes, please, the last word so we can have the final or the next panel.
Yeah.
So I'll try to be as quick as possible. I think there are clear innovation coming out of Africa. If you look at M-Pesa in fintech, has been a clear innovation of addressing real problems. Coming from the banking space, what I can see is there are clear innovations coming in how to transfer money within Africa in different currencies using stable coins. We're very excited by this. This is probably the next space we're going to invest into.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to our panelists. I think they've done an amazing, amazing job. Over to you, Birunji.
Thank you so much, Leonard. A big round of applause for Leonard as well for moderating this panel. Please come over to the front. The photographer is going to take a picture of the panelists. Please don't go, please don't go. Come over here and take a beautiful picture. Thank you. Exits are engineered. And I heard that if you want to now domicile a fund in Uganda, it is easy peasy. That is great to know. So first, we heard a real-world case study from an investor. Next, we're going to hear from a founder about his lessons raising capital in Uganda. Please join me as we invite Michael Wilkerson to the stage. A round of applause, please. He's the founder and executive chairman of Tugende Uganda, an award-winning social enterprise that empowers micro-entrepreneurs through asset finance, technology, and training. Since founding Tugende in 2012, Michael has grown the company into a pan-East African platform, enabling thousands of small business owners to achieve financial independence. Handing over this mic to you, Michael. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Blessing or Madame Burunji. Welcome, everybody. Sorry if this is going to echo. I'm going to speak loudly. My name is Michael Wilkerson, and I'm the founder of Tugende Limited. Tugende means let's go. I think there's still some Ugandans in the room, so let me say, Mwebale Basebo Nambanyabo. My Ugandan name is Samogere, so thank you. So I think that summary of Tugende was excellent. We started out with one simple mission, which was to help boda drivers own instead of rent their vehicles. And for those of you who are new to Uganda, boda drivers are motorcycle taxis, which are critical to the economy. They help people get through traffic, they connect in rural areas where there is no other mode of transportation, and it's a critical source of jobs. In Uganda alone, there are at least 1 million full-time boda drivers, creating jobs, earning money for their family, paying for their kids' school fees. And across East Africa, it's closer to 5 million people making their living with a motorcycle. So Tugende started with a very simple model, which was rent to own. We'll take the credit risk, you pay us the same thing you were paying your informal landlord forever, and you get to own the bike in 18 months. Over time, we've added embedded insurance. We were the first company to create an embedded medical and life insurance product for motorcycle taxi drivers. We have better safety equipment, we have GPS tracking, and now we build a customized credit score that allows our successful clients to earn additional opportunities and de-risk themselves for other credit in the future. We started formally in 2012, so we're now 13 years old. And so I'm here to talk about the experience of raising money and deploying it in Uganda, but I don't want to call this a success story yet. The success so far is survival. We've been able to find product market fit, we've been able to raise some capital, and we've been able to keep going. So just to give you a sense of our scale, we have served more than 100,000 individual clients. We've deployed about $90 million in loans. We've raised around $40 million in capital a significant amount of which has been repaid because a lot of it was debt. And we've contributed at least $12 million in taxes and statutory payments to Uganda over that time. So for the government people in the room, I'm going to remind you that in a minute. We have employed over 1,000 Ugandans cumulatively. Some of them have moved on, some of them needed to be moved on. And after the COVID lockdowns, we also had to reduce our staff, so we're currently at about 250. So again, I'm here to talk about what is success and how do we define success as the founder on the entrepreneur side. Obviously for investors, success is about exit, right? But you also want to invest in things that are meaningful to you, otherwise you would all be doing sports betting, I think. So success is about impact, success is about survival, and success is ultimately about exit. So we've been able to survive, we've been able to make a tremendous social impact, we have not yet provided an exit on the equity side. Now, before we get to that, I liked what Dr. Edwards said about being a firstborn. When I started Tugende, it was an informal side project in 2010, and when I decided to make it a full-time project in 2012, there was no funding ecosystem. There was no Ministry of STI. I'm not even sure if the EAVCA existed. Mobile money was in its infancy. We had no national IDs in Uganda. So giving credit to the informal sector was even harder than it is now. Now, how are we able to raise money? I'm going to tell you a little bit about our funding journey. I'm originally from the United States, as you can tell. I've lived in Uganda for more than 15 years. I'm hoping my permanent residency or citizenship is coming shortly. And I'm very passionate about Uganda and the future here and the opportunities. So I am going to talk about many of the challenges, but I'm here to tell you that Uganda has incredible potential, and if government initiatives like this can continue, there's a very bright future. So initially, when I started raising money, it was from friends and family, and I said, listen, these motorcycle guys are paying $20 a week forever to an owner. We can give them the same loan for $15 a week, make a profit, and everyone is happy, and we're all aligned. And people said, yeah, but Uganda, isn't it risky? And I said, yes. In fact, we were only incorporated in Uganda until about 2018, when we created a group structure in order to expand internationally, because we also operate in Kenya. And I intentionally refused. Some of the first investors that I found were friends and family or angel investors in the United States, and they asked me to create a Delaware structure. And I said no. Because I said, listen, you're investing into motorcycle taxis in Uganda, and I do not want to give you a false sense of security. So we started out with friends and family. We were able to eventually access some foundation capital, both for-profit instruments and grants, because of our high degree of social impact. The typical driver goes from renting to owning and doubles their daily take-home income from $5 a day to $10 a day, which lifts an entire average Ugandan household above the poverty line. So that high degree of social impact allowed us to get some softer capital before the pure PEVC ecosystem matured to where it is today that has us all in this room. Eventually, basically once our business was big enough, around $10 million of total assets, we were able to start accessing more institutional capital, especially DFIs and other large microfinance investment vehicles for whom a minimum scale was a barrier to entry. So I'm going to shift to why I think you should consider Uganda from the positive side. And the number one reason that I have for you is productivity potential. You've heard a lot about it today. Uganda has an incredibly hospitable environment, incredibly hospitable people, incredibly hospitable culture. The talent is absolutely underrated and criminally so. I'm proud to introduce a few of my Tugende colleagues who are here. So guys, can you wave, please? Yes, so we have incredible talent in Uganda, and the leadership at Tugende bears that out. We moved from, essentially just a lending business to having to build our own full-stack tech platform, and we did that with entirely Ugandan software development talent. We have 4 or 5 full-time developers. They're all Ugandan. They built something from scratch that saves us hundreds of thousands of dollars a year compared to what we used to pay Silicon Valley off-the-shelf providers. In addition, Uganda has a great market. You heard a lot about this earlier from the minister, from Bumi, but basically the growth is here, the population is here, tourism, commodities, agriculture, it's all here. And that growth is going to continue. Finally, there is government support. You are seeing some incredible strides forward from the Ministry of STI here, which did not exist a few years ago. That shows commitment. In our experience building from scratch from 2012, we've had to figure things out without as much guidance, but when we needed support, we got it. If there's anyone here from the Uganda Investment Authority, we got a UIA license in 2013 from a very small office in what used to be Twed Towers, and now they have a beautiful office in the brand new Government Services Center. We work with the police. I want to emphasize that rule of law in Uganda works. It doesn't work perfectly, and it doesn't work all of the time, but when you have to get law enforcement or the courts involved, it works. It's not perfect, but it is much better than many people believe, especially without exposure to Uganda. So I'm going to emphasize that as another positive. Now, there are challenges, and I'm going to be real about them because that's my job here, and hopefully many of you are here to help overcome those challenges from the funding side. But you also need to be aware of them because if you invest, you need to have your eyes open about the challenges your founders, your portfolio companies might encounter. So number one is just capital. There simply is not enough capital available from any source, domestic, banks, international, PEVC, there is simply not enough. And that is one of the reasons that even incredibly talented founders either fail to get off the ground or give up and go take a corporate job. There are Ugandan founders far more talented than I am who failed to raise money because they're not American, white, and didn't go to fancy schools internationally like I did. At the same time, price is a problem. The Ugandan government just sold a 2-year treasury bond for 16.5% in Ugandan shillings. So if anybody can make 16.5% risk-free, what are they going to charge for private sector credit? Much, much more than that. How do you set the cost of equity? It's very high. So that's a huge challenge. Accountability is still a challenge. I mentioned that we've employed over 1,000 staff. Unfortunately, some of those staff had to be terminated for disciplinary issues, for fraud issues and things like that, that unfortunately remain very pervasive. This is not a Uganda-only problem, and I mentioned that Tugende also operates in Kenya. We face many of the same challenges, but we have to call it what it is. But outside of those types of challenges, there's also accountability when you're working with partners, when you're working even with some government agencies or regulators, where not everyone has the same commitment to delivery that you do find in pockets of excellence, especially in the talent market, but even in parts of government like this ministry. The third challenge I want to emphasize is politics. Politics do influence business heavily. We lost a $5 million investor because of violence ahead of the last elections in 2021. They were scared off by the fact that this type of thing happened. And unfortunately, that was completely out of our control. We didn't do it, and actually a few of our customers were victims of that sort of violence against protesters ahead of the election. That is painful. That is painful. And other people who are not on the ground sometimes read headlines about politics in Uganda and assume it's complete chaos on the streets every day when it's a wonderful place to live and a great place to invest. Finally, the last challenge I want to talk about is a 3-letter word. Do any of the Ugandans know what I'm going to say? URA, Uganda Revenue Authority, taxes. Tax is a big problem. I mentioned earlier that Tugende has contributed over $12 million of taxes. That's 43 billion Ugandan shillings in about 13 years. But we still have multiple ongoing cases we're fighting, because it's a lot easier for tax authorities who are managing to their target to squeeze a little bit more from large compliant taxpayers than it is to expand the tax base. This creates a huge problem because honestly, the amount that they're able to get by giving us extra grief is probably less than the government is otherwise investing, for example, through the Ministry of STI to try and promote an innovation economy. And if small businesses can't get off the ground because they're overtaxed too early, it is very difficult to get them to an investment-ready standpoint. I'm going to give one more example, which is we won a case in court in the Tax Appeals Tribunal. We were awarded damages. The URA has still failed to pay. So their own system, which we followed, found in our favor. We still haven't been able to recover the legal fees that we were awarded. The last thing that I want to mention about tax is that if the environment is not good for the consumer, for the growing population at the bottom of the pyramid, it is hard for investable companies to sell into that market. Recently, Uganda decided to launch a digital number plate, which for motorcycles costs $200, the same as if you buy a BMW. In Kenya, they launched the same digital number plate for $20. That is 1/10 of the price. And this is a public-private partnership where 80% of that money is going out the door supposedly to Russia. So if you increase the price for registering a $1,000 motorcycle by 15% to the poorest customers, you are creating a regressive tax that takes liquidity out of the pockets of my low-income customers, which makes it harder for me as a business, which makes it harder for me to pay taxes, which makes it harder for me to get investors. So this is a challenge that is ongoing, and I hope that many of the progressive government officials in attendance can recognize that. Tax battles scare away investors. It always comes up in due diligence. You have to disclose all your tax issues and warrants that there's not others you haven't heard of yet. So with those challenges, hopefully laid out in a fair way, I just want to reiterate that the future for Uganda is bright. I am awaiting permanent residency because I believe in the long-term future of this country. Tugende has been through so many challenges over the years. We've become battle-hardened, and we have more muscles than we did before, even though some of those moments have been extremely painful. Why is Uganda's future bright? First of all, because founders are crazy. We wouldn't be up here, and those of you who are founders know, you wouldn't be doing what you're doing if you did some sort of risk-weighted net present value. You're doing it because you have a passion, you believe in something, and you want to build. There are more than enough of those founders in Uganda, especially coming up now with technology and with the great universities that are here. Secondly, the ecosystem is amazing. It's come a long way. One of the contributions I like to mention is that when we started, everybody thought we were crazy to lend to motorcycle taxi drivers, especially local banks. Now, not only are local banks and microfinance banks copying us, but we've created a competitive landscape where we have multiple direct competitors, some of whom have even grown bigger than us, which means access to finance for the low-income customers we are targeting is no longer the biggest barrier. Finally, we are all here in this room. We have this Uganda Investor Summit. We have the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation getting a huge additional budget. We have the Uganda Development Bank getting a huge additional budget. So there is clearly an intention to make sure that all of the strides forward Uganda has taken as an innovation hub, as a startup hub, as a center of talent and excellence are continued. And I'm really excited to be part of it now and for the future. Thank you. Should we stay for the panel?
Thank you so much. That was such an insightful presentation. I hope that would have inspired a founder or someone here and armed you with information to make the next decision that you need to make around investing in Uganda or mobilizing capital in general. For our next panel, we're going to be discussing mobilizing capital, mobilizing local capital, and Uganda's innovation ecosystem. And on the belly of that, we're going to be talking about creating the right support environment for high growth innovation. And to lead us through that specific panel session, we'd like to invite Rita Ngenzi, the Executive Director of Innovation Village, to invite all of the other panelists and take us through what will be an enlightening session. Hi, Rita.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope we haven't lost the energy. I hope we're still really plugged in. But thank you once again for having me for what I hope will be a really interesting, insightful conversation. I'm going to invite my guests, who I'm really excited to speak about, to come up and join me. First and foremost, I'd like to invite Akash Mahendra Bhavsar from SkyQuest Technology Group. Okay, secondly, I'd like to invite Irene Chitsaka from the Global Development Incubator. Irene, are you here? Okay, I see Irene, great. Secondly, I'd like to invite, third, Felista Aku from AfriLabs. Felista, are you here? Lovely. Next, I'd like to invite Matthias Mobius from Start Hub Africa. Matthias, are you here? Yes. Then I'd like to invite someone I had the pleasure of having my lunch with earlier, so I'll just call him Dr. G from Black Slope. Are you here? Great. Next, I'd like to invite Donald Massa from Founders Lounge, Uganda. Donald, are you here? Okay. And lastly, I'd like to invite Richard Zulu from Outbox. Okay. Alrighty, let me join you guys there. Yes. Oh, fantastic. So lastly, yes, I'm sorry for not introducing our previous speaker, and that is Michael Wilkerson from Uganda. So I'll just join you guys here. Perhaps I'll give you like a minute, each person, just to briefly introduce yourself, speak about, in 2 lines, what are you doing?
Okay, I hope you hear me well. It was not super easy in the back. I'll try to almost eat the mic. My name is Matthias. I work with Startup Africa, one of the co-founders. I live here in Uganda for 7-8 years now. We do a range of things, among others, if someone's interested. We work with around 30 universities across East Africa. In the tech space, we are trying to, in a repeated way, build the super early stage pipeline from pre-revenue. Our business is mostly on the consulting side right now, so we have some free cash. We invest between $1,000 and $5,000 in the pre-revenue stage and try to build that pipeline here in Uganda, but also in Kenya and Tanzania now. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Matthias.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. My name is Irene from Global Development Incubator. And what we do, we incubate initiatives that have the potential for impact at scale, and we take them through their early stages until they're organizations that are doing impactful things in the continent.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you all. My name is Felista Aku. I am the Senior Partnerships Manager of AfriLabs, and we are the largest Pan-African network of innovation hubs in Africa. Currently, we are at over 500 hubs spread across 53 African countries. We do different things from providing capacity building support, policy advocacy, research, and facilitating access to investment opportunities for startups.
Hi, hello everyone. First time in Uganda. My name is Dr. Gerard Ungerer. Everybody just normally calls me Dr. G. I am from a company called Black Slope Consulting from South Africa. We are a strategy, innovation, and growth consultancy. And generally what we do is we get involved in anything related to innovation and help clients on their innovation journey. I'm also joined by one of my colleagues in the audience, Nonda, who's the CEO of Electric, which is our sister company, which is essentially a electric vehicle as a service business. So if anybody in the mobility space, have a chat to Nonda as well.
Thank you. I'm Michael. You just heard too much from me, so thank you.
Yes. I just want to ask if it's possible to get another mic by any chance, just so we ensure that the speakers can be heard.
Or we can pass this one.
Okay, I'll just pass mine around. So I think it's very interesting that our conversation just comes right after the investor conversation, because as ecosystem builders, or rather as enablers, it's very critical that we begin to view the ecosystem as one interconnected ecosystem that has various players coming into it. And as I imagine, the enablers are really responsible for churning out the sort of solutions, or the sort of founders, or the sort of enterprises that can be scaled and that are viable enough for the investors who are up here, or those in the room that have joined us today, to be able to want to play or to enter our ecosystem. So in my mind, I'm thinking that as the incubators, the accelerators, are we truly equipped to take founders from idea to scale? Or are we stuck at that, what we say, the training phase? So are we really churning out the sort of solutions that are ready for investment? I guess I'll start with Matthias. I'm sure I can see two heads shaking already, but please, if you want to take that on as well, just do.
So could you confirm, the question is, are we ready to take them from idea to scale? Yeah, I think there's a lot happening at the early stage that has the right goal. I think my biggest question is usually around the business models of hubs. How are we making money, and how are we using that money? Because I think the biggest confusion, if we think only about high growth tech, comes actually from the funding. Most hubs are primarily grant funded, and the grants emphasize massive numbers, right? So you have to run trainings of 50, 100, 1,000 people, reach so and so many, which doesn't make sense for high growth tech startups at all. So until for building tech pipeline, we start to say no to those deals and educate funders, I don't think we're ready. That's what I think for tech specifically. And otherwise, we need to find other ways, right? Like how we do it, all our tech work is completely internally cross-financed from our consulting profits. So the people in that team, 100% of their salary is financed from consulting profits. So like this, we are completely independent, and we can actually do this low numbers game ourselves. So I think this is what readiness would mean for me, either educating funders, or probably it's both. And then secondly, try to carve out valuable team capacities, right? As we grow, someone can spend 20, 30, 40, 50% of their time on actually doing the work that we need to be doing while we fulfill contracts that we have. So that's, I don't think we're fully ready. I think there's some of this happening, but not enough to be deliberate about building pipeline in a more systemic way.
Right. Thanks, Matthias. You brought up an interesting point around the whole grant conversation, right? And as we speak about grants and what it means to really drive investment into the sector, I'm wondering, are we ready to have the conversation on what is the cost of relying on donor-driven ecosystem? What has that cost look like from the African perspective, or from the African lens, for so many of the founders that are either coming in, or from the enablers who perhaps are now also more grant leaning versus, like you said, you'd rather have the few viable one and begin to own it. Should private sector own it? Should the donors own that talent pipeline? Who needs to own it? Who needs to be advocating for it? So Irene, what do you think?
Just to add on to what you've said, I I think once we move from optics to outcomes, thank you. So just to add on what he said, I think once we move from optics to outcomes, once we move from things like metrics like number of founders trained to metrics like number of sustainable jobs created, then that's where we should really start, because at that point now, we will then be able to tailor programs to the specific sectors that we're dealing with the realities that are on the ground, because it doesn't help when we have generic curriculums in incubators or in our accelerators. They're not helping the founders. And as he's mentioned, the reason why we have some of these metrics that are not helpful is because the funders are not really understanding what is needed. And so yes, we should have more local funders funding the hubs, funding the accelerators, funding the incubators, because these local investors understand the realities on the market. And so even when we are co-developing the metrics with them, we are developing metrics that actually make sense.
Thank you. It's going to be teamwork here today. So yes, I like that. I like from optics to outcomes. What are the measurable outcomes that we're really focusing on versus really what story are we telling, or what story do we want to see being told? I'm going to move to Michael really from the founder perspective. What sort of support were you looking for earlier on? Did what ecosystem work for you? Did you find the sort of accelerator, or whether the incubation support, did you feel like it was tailored to what you were looking for to support your growth journey at that point?
So I think that I agree with the other panelists that the risk is that if there's money for something, you'll pivot your original idea to where the money is because you have to survive. I participated in an accelerator that was originally called the Unreasonable Institute and has now an East African franchise called Shona. And it was invaluable for me as someone without a business background, without a finance background, to learn about different investment structures, how do you make a data room. So I think the accelerator model and incubator model can be extremely valuable. But when every donor decides to make their own accelerator for their own pet project, and all of a sudden you have the sort of cow ticks in Western Uganda incubator, it risks diverting people away from this. And I think I just want to add the other challenge is that there's not enough capital. I said this before. If people are going to an incubator because it comes with a small amount of capital that allows them to survive, it doesn't necessarily allow you to test whether the business is viable until much later. And unfortunately, because of the economy we live in, most founders do not have enough savings or a nest egg from their previous work to sustain themselves. And most very early stage capital, even with the boom we've seen, is still too little. I think that very early stage investors should be looking to give founders they believe in at least 18 months of runway so that they can dedicate themselves to the business and not make trade-offs about their personal household survival versus trying to survive as a business.
Well said, Michael. I think there's so many things that come into consideration when we speak about patient capital, when we look at the local realities on ground for the average founder that's trying to build a business in Africa. There's so many other dynamics to consider, but you also spoke again about that local ownership. Should that ownership sit at a local level and then have that support coming in to capacitate and to strengthen existing local structures? Felista, I think I'll go to you from an AfriLabs perspective, where we're looking at you as a Pan-African network. What does it look like there for really the tech innovation hubs that you are supporting? Are you seeing the cost of leaning more towards a donor-funded model versus an investment-facing model? Is it working?
So basically, we've seen a mix of both over the years, right? We're not going to say grant is not needed.
it goes a long way to help, but we are at a point where we are getting the hubs to rethink other sources of revenue to remain sustainable, right? Things from providing other value-added services from the hubs to, renting out their co-working spaces and rendering other consulting services to these innovators. Now, when we talk about if these hubs are really churning out the kind of entrepreneurs or startups that we are looking for, we are not where we used to be. So whilst we have, over 1,000 incubators and accelerators across the continent, most of them offer general business development support for entrepreneurs. But if you check it technically, how do you, as somebody who has no experience or expertise in the area of, say, environmental resilience, climate action, blue economy, green economy, provide support for a startup who is working in that sector, right? So we are moving our hubs to a point where we are getting them to rethink their model and think about specializing in specific sectors, right? So between 2020 and 2023, we had done a program called the AfriLabs Capacity Building Program for hubs on the continent, where we took them through, general content required for running a hub sustainably. But now we want to have clusters across different thematic sectors and build their capacities in those regards. So we have started with AI as one of the priority verticals for obvious reason, and we are driving this with our partner Intel, right? So now, when we talk about specializing in sectors, what are the factors that, tells a hub what sector to specialize in? There are different things. It could be from an interest perspective. It could be from the perspective of the opportunities that exist within their area or the expertise of their team. I mean, it could be anything. But as long as you're interested in specializing in specific sectors, we then bring experts on board, right, to train you, and then you can begin to work in that area. And of course, grants will still be there. And accelerators are also thinking about how they can take equity in the startups that they fund. So that way also, revenue can come in, but that's long term if you check it technically, yeah.
Thank you, Felista. So you're advocating more for specialization. We need to see more specialized hubs coming out. We need to see diversified models within the hubs as well, so that we're also seeing very sector-specific growth for the startups that they are supporting. Now, we know that there are also other players within this space, and Dr. G, I'm going to turn to you when we now begin to speak about corporate innovation. What does that look like in helping to build a more sustainable ecosystem? How do we bridge the gaps between these founders and corporates in a way that is mutually beneficial?
Thank you. So a lot of the work that we do for corporates, we've seen a big trend around guys generally getting interested in technology trends on the one hand, and on the other hand, looking for diversification. So many of our clients, they know that they need to do things differently than what they've always did. However, they also recognize that they now need to do things that they've never done before. And that's where they typically become quite scared and get guys such as ourselves in. So what we typically do is we set up corporate venturing arms in the different entities. And really how we see ourselves is we play a Tinder for business role, where we are essentially, on the one hand, you have the corporate, you have ourselves, or a similar entity in the middle, and then the startups. And I think one of the big value adds that happens in this ecosystem is that there's a translation that happens. So the way that corporates want to, deal with startups is not necessarily the way that startups always present themselves. So there's a key, translation role that happens in that space, and really through that, vice versa, both parties can unlock a lot of value. On the corporate side, they get access to new technologies, new business lines, can expand into new markets, and obviously from the startup side, they get market access and they are able to grow, in whichever way they want to.
So it's interesting that you mentioned, you know, the corporates may not know the way they work, their way of work may not resonate with the way a startup knows how, you know, how to engage with a corporate. Does that mean that the enablers are not supporting them enough to know what does it look like to have various clientele if you're solving for corporate or if you're solving for public sector? Are we preparing them for the realities of who their clients are, understanding their clients, understanding the needs? But are we also, you know, as much is corporate or government sensitized on who these startups are and their ways of work? Matthias, maybe I'll pass that to you.
Cool. I think there's two thoughts on that. Number one, I think it's not only a hub's or a partner's responsibility to do that, right? Like what we see, like when I talk to investors in their portfolio, most founders are a bit more advanced also in terms of work experience, right? So I think we should think about the wider ecosystem. What is happening at universities, for example, to help founders already understand the private sector, interact with the private sector. There's way too few good internships happening. Project-based learning is not often a thing anywhere. So these are some of the most important things for founders to be able to do that on their own, because they have to do it on their own anyways, right? So this is where I think we need to put way more focus, and of course that's not only a hub's responsibility, but the education system, etc. have, in my opinion, there needs to be larger reforms, of course, to an extent happening, but there needs to be more. I think that's super, super crucial because we have to work with what we get, right? And then from a hub perspective, I think it's about, once again, getting away from this training mindset and getting into the one-on-one mindset. We go to the field with founders, we go with them to clients, because then afterwards you can give them feedback on how they ran a sales meeting, you can jump in to ensure they close a deal, etc. And this is how you have to do it, even to explore and understand ourselves if the problem is really what the founder thinks it is, right, and to help to refine. So it's this very hands-on approach, and then on a much wider level we need to discuss like how is talent being formed in the ecosystem and what can be done better, because these are the conversations that we need to drive, because we see that there's too little amazing founder talent coming into our pipelines.
Okay, thanks, Matthias. I know we're running out of time, so as I pass for the final remarks, I'll really speak to what came out, which you said, you know, there are more players in this, right? So there's also the part that academia should be playing. I imagine there's also the public sector, the role that they should be playing. So what we're presenting is a fragmented ecosystem. So from each of your views as we go, you know, as we go down the line, and also in sharing your parting shots as well, what do you think, really, what is the one single thing that you would say would add a block to really transforming from a fragmented ecosystem to more of a connected ecosystem, and could perhaps move the needle in building one ecosystem that is investable, that makes sense for the investors, makes sense for the founders, makes sense on a national level? What's the one piece of advice perhaps that you would give? We'll start with Michael, and I think just move down.
So again, I just think that the ecosystem has come so far, and it's amazing to see all the support, not just from incubators, but investors and other players, and even startups mentoring each other. So I think what would improve it even more from here is just being very, very clear about the unique selling point of different accelerators or incubators, because not every business needs to be Pan-African scale, but can still benefit from an incubator. And if you're very clear about what you offer to who, I think the results are going to be a lot better in terms of sustainable businesses that create a lot of jobs.
The one thing from my side would be to look at the innovation policy side. So creating tax breaks for corporates to do business with people in the innovation value chain. So I think one of the fundamental things that you can do to move the needle from having startups to actually having commercialized businesses is to give them market access. And one way to enable that market access is by making it easier for corporates to give these opportunities to startups and really just accelerate the whole ecosystem. I mean, the tax will eventually get back into the government's hands after those startups have grown, so there's no need to worry about that.
Okay, one thing that would get us to where we want to be is a collaborative approach, creating a system for the relevant stakeholders to work together, the startups, the hub, accelerators, government institutions from a policy perspective, investor groups, and then it just creates, a synergy, basically, to help create sustainable and successful entrepreneurs on the continent.
I think for me, as accelerators and incubators, we all have similar goals. And so instead of trying to do the same things individually, let's work together. Let's come and align on the objectives and these metrics that we're talking about, not optics. We say we're focusing on outcomes. So if we have similar outcomes, how can we sit down with the finite resources that we have and actually hit these outcomes that we want? By having this collaborative approach, I think the ecosystem will really grow.
Thank you. I think I would look at where the money flows, and I think most of the ecosystems are funded with donor money, and I think it's not aligned with what you said we're trying to optimize, which is maybe building that investable pipeline. And I think if that changes for the better, for example, being more incentive-based, we would love funding that comes down the road if we really support a startup for 2-3 years and they raise venture funding from a certain VC firm. Stuff like this, I think would really make a massive difference in generating better outcomes.
Thank you. So yes, thank you so much for having us here today. Thank you to my esteemed panelists for your wonderful remarks, but also for the incredible work you're doing towards pushing this mission forward. Thank you for having us here today.
Thank you so much, Rita. That was a fantastic panel. You did a great job. One thing that keeps coming up is access, and we're hearing a lot about partnerships too. Please, moderate, panelists, don't go. Please move forward over there. Our photographer is going to take a picture of you. Thank you. Just move forward a little bit. Forward, 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 forward. It's okay. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. All right, fine, you're good. All right, we're finally at the end. We're down to our final panel. Is anyone excited? Is anyone excited? Is our final panel. Are you excited? Do I hear a yes? I think you may have forgotten. We had an agreement earlier that when I say Uganda Investor Summit, you say what? Thank you, you remember it. So Uganda Investor Summit, Uganda Investor Summit. We are on our final panel, and I'm really excited about that because that means it's almost time for us to go home. Almost, and I'm sure you must have learned a lot. We've spoken about policy making, we've spoken about founders' perspectives, we've had investors' perspectives, we've heard from people who are already investing on ground. We've also heard from ecosystem players. And we're going to wrap it up with a final panel speaking about trade and scaling innovation across borders. A lot of the focus on this panel will be around G2G trade, regional integration, industrial capacity building, how capital is deployed, regulation, strategic partnerships, opening up regional and international markets. And to take us through this specific panel, I'd like to invite AJ Ramasubramaniam, the co-founder and CEO of Hindsight Ventures. AJ, are you with us? Okay, while we wait for AJ, I'll call on the other panelists. We have Kumi Demiren, the Managing Director of Agri All Africa International. Kumi, are you here? Please come up to the stage. We have Shigeru Handa, Director Asia Africa Investment and Consulting. We have SC Ventures from Standard Chartered, Dan Karuga, the non-executive board member. We have Henry Wava, board member, ICT Association of Uganda. Please put your hands together so we can encourage them to come to the stage faster. We also have Bolade Okiowo, VP Kuramo Capital. Your hands together, please. Ebele Okeke, Managing Partner, Altica Partners. Fatan Aisi, Director of Global Partnerships, Flat 6 Labs. Franklin Amo, Managing Partners, Bailey's Emerging African Fund. Round of applause for our panelists, please. AJ, you're good to go. Over to you.
Hello? Hello? It works? Oh, okay. Thank you. Thanks for the introduction. So, I think we have merged a couple of topics here. We are going to be talking about trade and scaling innovation beyond borders, unlocking regional and global markets for Ugandan businesses. Welcome to my fellow panelists here. I think we can go from right to left with a very quick introduction about yourself and your organization.
Of course. So hello everyone, very happy to be back in Kampala. My name is Fatan Aisi. I'm the Director of Global Partnerships at Flat 6 Labs. We're a VC fund that is investing in startups for the past 14 years now. We have representatives in Kenya, Senegal, Tunisia, Egypt, in Africa, but also in the Middle East. So far, we invested in more than 400 startups, and we are sector agnostic.
Okay, Kumi Demiren. I'm wearing a different hat right now. Greenhouse Capital, but on this panel, we're talking about the investments we're making in agriculture under Agri All Africa, which is in 44 African countries and has active projects in Kenya and Nigeria.
Good afternoon. My name is Shigeru Handa. I'm the Director of AIC Investment. I'm based in Singapore, and we manage venture capitals investing in Africa startups, especially with a focus on the healthcare space, but we are flexible expanding into other sectors. And we also work as the, let's say, ecosystem builder together with the JICA from Japan to support the, let's say, Uganda, Ethiopia, any other like African countries' ecosystem. Very nice. Thank you very much for inviting me to here. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name's Henry Kevin Wava with Sunbelt Holdings, a financial advisory company that does investor readiness. We do serve the Ugandan community. My background is in investment banking, many years in the diaspora, worked on Wall Street, and 6 years ago, I returned back to Uganda, of which I sit on several boards, the American Chamber, ICTU, Blockchain Association, among others, and I'm happy to be here to share some insights. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bolade Okeo. I work with Kuramo Capital.
We are a multi-asset class investment shop that focuses on catalyzing commercial capital across Africa. We are invested across 3 funds, and we are partly raised our 4th fund that puts our AUM at just above $800 million US. We do fund of funds and direct investing. It's a pleasure to be here, and I look forward to connecting with everyone as the time arises. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Abele Okeke, Managing Partner of Altica Partners. We are a Africa-focused investment firm based in Dubai. We spend a lot of our time working with Middle Eastern investors who want to invest in Africa. We have 2 strategies, private credit and venture capital. Our venture capital strategy is very focused on technology and artificial intelligence.
Awesome. In fact, just to make a very small modification, Akash, can I have you on the panel as well? Because I think there was one panel that we knocked off, and we have a seat left, and Akash has flown all the way from India to be here, so I thought it might be just good to bring you in. You can quickly introduce yourself.
Hello everyone, thanks Ajay. I'm Akash Bhavsar, I'm the Managing Director of SkyQuest Technology Group. We've been since 2006 working with various R&D innovators, early stage researchers, policymakers and governments to help leverage external sources of research and development, human capital, and also access financial resources, thereby helping commercialize new and innovative solutions across health, energy, water, agriculture, and communications technology. Very specifically, my hat here is as the managing partner of Sustech Bank, which is world's first sustainable technology bank, wherein we are reducing the friction of the north-south typical technology transfer issues by making it simpler and flatter, by promoting more south-south cooperation and bringing technologies by reducing the burden of acquiring IP in an innovative financial mechanism under the Sustech Technology Bank. Thank you.
Awesome. So we have a fairly diverse panel. We have entrepreneurs, operators, investors, and what we are going to be talking about is how can Uganda move from being Uganda first to Africa ready and globally credible. Now, if you look at the domestic market, which is fairly vibrant, youthful, entrepreneurial, but small. And for most promising businesses, scale cannot come from just domestic or local operations. One needs to kind of build local, but think global or be global as well. So in today's conversation with this fairly interesting panel, we are going to be talking about not just the ambition side of things or how big it can be, but also what are the things that come in the way of businesses being just local or businesses thinking global and kind of scaling fast. So I'm going to go to you, Handa-san, for my first question. So startups and scale, there are always going to be challenges, right? You have invested in fairly good number of companies in the region, in the continent, and from your experience of having spent time in Uganda, what is one of the most common reasons why startups fail to scale across borders, even when they have good products or solid products?
Thank you, Ajay-san. Yes, we have been investing in the African startups. We have invested about 60 startups across, and many managed to scale, but at the same time, many failed or stayed kind of status quo in one country. But we are investing in the future of the business. The challenge they are facing is not always, but quite often the access to finance. And the local capital market is still very weak. And also I think I also would like to encourage more corporates coming into the space so that they can, let's say, scale up their business through the open innovation with the corporates. And some of them, they kind of stick to their own agenda, not like opening up their mind. You know, it's important to build a partnership through the either investment or the like business partnership. For example, when we have the kind of successful startups, they have the, of course, good understanding of pain points and also the scalable business model. And when we look at the African market, there are many corporates who has an appetite to invest, but it's very difficult to understand how the African market operates from the especially Asian other regional corporates. But the startups, for example, they can operate in the fragmented marketplace through the digitalization. They aggregate those fragmented market so that the corporates can see through the startups to the market, so they can visualize the kind of the markets. So that's where the startups and the corporates are kind of working together, creating synergies, making one successful case, and then replicating to the other markets. So I think what I'm trying to say is that the understanding the pain points for the corporates as well, and so that you can support them in expanding their kind of business in Africa as well. So it's a co-creation together, and how the startups and the corporates can grow together.
Kumi, I'll come to you as well. I mean, as whether you look at it as greenhouse capital, venture garden, I mean, you work with companies at different levels. You have invested in, like Bhumi mentioned, about 60 companies in the continent. So what could apply for Ugandan companies could possibly even be applying to companies from elsewhere. And in your experiences for companies which are invested into locally, what is one of the biggest challenges which stops them from expanding in the region or even in the continent?
Yeah, thank you very much. For me, it's really two things. When you talk about scale, scale can happen two ways. You can have domestic scale, meaning that I'm the best in my village, in my hamlet, but I want to go national. So within a country, that's still scale. And then you have the cross-border scale, which is now going across your borders and exploring other countries. Now, the dynamics for both are different. If I have someone with a great product, they're doing well in their small corner, and the ambition is to become the national champion. Number one parameter that they need to ensure they have addressed is capital. Capital is essential because it gives you the multiplier effect. Now, there are two more other things we would consider, and this is the advice for entrepreneurs in Uganda, is adoption of innovation, technology, and just going digital, because that gives you the advantage over your competitors. So in our case, when you talk about food security, which is a project that we're actively invested in, yes, you have good product, but in order for you to actually dominate that space, you need to be able to incorporate technology. So are you using drones, for example, in order for you to improve and increase your efficiency? Are you using sensors? Are you using AI so that you can get real-time data for data-driven decision making? So you can benefit from things like improved seeds from technology around seed banks, right? So you're not doing things the traditional way. Technology is giving you 2x, 3x of an advantage over the traditional way. So those are the things in our experience that is the difference maker from being your local champion versus scaling nationally or cross-border. Now, for cross-border, there's about 5 other things you need to consider, and we call them our 5 pillars. Number 1, you need to ensure that you have addressed the political factor, because whether or not you like it in Africa, if you're going to go big, you're going to have to deal with politics. So you have to understand the political angle. Second is the regulatory angle. So you need to understand the industry you're in and the regulators if you're going to go cross-border into a different country. Third is the legal side. You have to have the best lawyers on your team. Why? Because they're the ones who understand the legal frameworks of that country to be able to get you agreements that allow you to scale, but also when you get into trouble, they're the guys that get you out very quickly. Number 4 is tax. You need to understand the tax regimen of the country that you're trying to scale into, because have a good product, you have excellent efficiencies, you have everything going for yourself. The one thing that can trip you in a foreign country is tax. And so you need to be able to have the best tax advice, which would allow you to scale profitably so you're not at a loss. And then lastly is media. You need to be able to have a really good PR team that allows you to tell your own story, your own narrative, all the great things you're doing to amplify it. And of course, because you're competing in a foreign country, all the negative things to be able to suppress it. Those are our 5 rules. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for that, and it almost sounds like you read my mind or the questions on my mobile, because the next question I'm coming to and seeing people like Michael from Tugende and other successful startups in the room, I want to take a step back from the previous question and know about what contributes as traits of successful startups or rather scale-ups. I'll go to my panelists on the extreme left. Sir, to you. Now, what, according to you, distinguishes startups that successfully expand beyond Uganda from the ones that struggle to replicate traction elsewhere, in your view or what you have seen so far?
Hi, so that's a very, very good question. So I sit in Dubai, and Dubai has made and built a brand on attracting companies to come over to their country, creating an infrastructure and sort of ecosystem, whether it be using free zones or whether it be logistics, using the airlines, to attract companies to come over to scale. I see a lot of similarities, and by the way, it's my first time in Uganda, so as I landed, from the minute I landed all the way to my hotel, see a lot of similarities in the two countries. What I mean is, you know, what Uganda is doing right now is a little bit similar to what, you know, the UAE did many years ago, which is the government creating an ecosystem to basically announce to the world, announce to the region that this is a place to invest, this is a place for you to bring your business, and also creating an ecosystem which would allow companies to thrive and scale. So the Honorable Minister this morning made an interesting comment where she said that Uganda has a lot more electricity than it can consume. So it has the ability, has excess capacity on generation. For me, that sounds like a great opportunity for companies in AI or in data centers to come to Uganda, set up, and use Uganda as a hub for data centers, which is very high consumer electricity, to scale, and to basically offer the region of East Africa as a hub for growing businesses. A gentleman in a previous panel also mentioned you know, the ability to set up funds or create, rather than going to Mauritius, as a, you know, use Uganda as a hub for scaling. So I think these kind of initiatives are very, very, you know, pertinent, and it's the ability to copy and see what other countries have done, but localize it for East Africa will create a fantastic opportunity for startups to scale.
If I can bring the question to you as well. Yeah, the same one.
Thank you very much. Again, I think for us here in the country, I think we have a very good opportunity. We are at crossroads when it comes to the youthful digital talent that's available and very untapped. We believe that this opportunity presents a very good and easy access to market that we can use, and especially not looking at just commodities, but also service-driven access. How do we unlock this? Basically, we need to rewrite some of the way we've been doing business traditionally and apply technology like my other panelists here have mentioned earlier on. We need to look at value addition and service-led delivery in terms of market penetration. The beauty about what we have is we have a very young population that is very adaptable, and when you look at the talent available to adapt to the new technology for us to be able to scale in terms of the market access, it's a phenomenon. So Science and Technology Week, I think here, helps us to get a digital platform like this seminar we have here that can aggregate this information, that can be used to penetrate the market that we're in, and also how we can showcase ourselves in the region, but not only that, locally here as well. Thank you.
Great. So I'll move on to the next part. So we have heard about technology, we have heard about we have heard about technology, we have heard about companies and different structures that can be in place which probably help companies scale faster. Now at the same time, keeping capital on one side, if you were to look at strategic partnerships, I'll come to you with my next question. What kinds of non-capital partnerships, whether you look at it from a standpoint of distribution, data, cloud infra, telcos, FMCGs, have more meaningfully accelerated a startup's regional or global growth?
Well, I think that from what we have seen during the past 15 years that we have been supporting startups, one major startup was one of the most accelerating ones for the expansion of our startups, is the fact to have local partners with whom the startups can expand. When I say local partners, of course, it can be corporates, but it also can be investors that invest smart money in the sense where they open doors to the startups, they open their network, they introduce them to other fellow local investors. The second thing is incubators, innovation hubs, where the startups can settle and they can use their spaces as offices up until they are making enough money, let's say, to have their own offices and to be able to run a full team on the ground. The third thing, and I think this is one of the most important ones, is partnerships with the government. The legal framework is important for expansion. When you are to expand, I think the most important thing to take into consideration is how you are going to pivot your product to be able to be absorbed by the market that you are going to expand to. And to be aware about the legal framework and have facilitation from the government, from the institutions that are setting the policies is extremely, extremely important. So information is key at the end of the day. And if you don't have the information from the source, it's very difficult for you to grow in the right way. So I think these are the major partnerships that have been very impactful for the expansion of our startups for as long as we have been operating.
Thanks. Akash, I'll extend the same question to you and just add a bit. I mean, you wear multiple hats as an entrepreneur, as an investor, as an operator. Now, do you feel that investors are doing enough to enable entrepreneurs or to enable high potential companies in terms of brokering the partnerships? Or is that burden kind of falling on founders themselves to be able to kind of hustle and build out those strategic linkages and partnerships?
Thanks, Ajay, for that question. I think it's a very important part of the whole continuum of the startup's journey from starting up to actually flourishing, where the role of investor is extremely critical in hand-holding. But in the most practical cases, actually, it's very difficult, given the bandwidth challenges with regards to the investors, especially the professional investors, VCs, if they are not sectorally aligned with the startup's requirements, it is very challenging for the startup to actually get the right kind of network access, right? That is why also it is very important for startups to align with the investors, not the first money they get in, but the smart money, as my other co-panelist was mentioning. I think that's something very important, because money will take you so far, but the right connects and market access will really enable. And in fact, because of that gap, what we are doing in Sustec Bank is we are actually helping technologies or companies or startups who have developed good solutions which are proprietary. We are helping them expand without additional capital. We are investing in them to actually create multiplier effect and taking them to multiple countries through the IP bank. So that is the gap we foresee is massive and growing, which requires platforms and operations like Sustec Bank to actually come in and bridge that. And also I believe industry associations or specific sectoral associations can play a role, and also the government interventions on specific, let's say AI or biotech or some of those sector councils can also bridge that gap. And for global interactions, I think events like these, which are happening worldwide as well, to attend those would actually help identify, and there is no shortcut to hustle.
So there's a whole lot of extended ecosystem support that also kind of comes in for helping companies kind of bridge and build those partnerships. So I'll go to my left, I'll come to you. We were talking very briefly after lunch around your role as fund of funds. So while strategic partnerships play an important role, the founder's hustle is important. Ability of company to scale beyond borders, it kind of rests on how solid the product is, the product market fit and all of that. That doesn't kind of deviate from capital, which is required for expansion, right? Now, what kind of capitals work best for extension or expansion? Equity, venture debt, blended, and how should founders think about capital structuring at a phase when which they are thinking of building beyond borders?
Thank you. You left the most complicated question for me. But to answer that question, the capital needs of it literally depends on a number of things, but we usually encourage founders or even GPs to work backwards from their growth trajectory. For smaller scale startups that are less than $1 million in annual revenues or even $10 million in annual revenues, starting inward usually makes a lot more sense. What we're seeing in West Africa is that a lot of founders are now looking to domestic capital rather than foreign capital. I mean, there are a number of reasons driving this trend. Firstly is the devaluation of most local currencies. And so it just, limits your ability to give 3x, 5x, or 10x to the venture capitalists that backed you. So that's one trend that we're seeing. People are now looking to dress themselves up properly to attract local capital. And that's more prevalent on the equity side, but it's harder to get. It's easier to get debt, but it costs a lot at the moment. And it's just trying to, sort of get that balance. Now, this is where the government comes in to be able to provide different types of instruments that reduce the risk profile for the founders and makes it more palatable for commercial banks to back. And then instead of charging them, say, 3% per month interest rate, maybe the government can put, some sort of notes down somewhere and a sort of guarantee structure in partnership with DFIs that starts allowing these startups to access debt at a more concessionary level. That is, the ideal situation to enable startups start to expand. Once they start to expand and they're generating FX from outside their countries, then the capital structure of the balance sheet can start to evolve to mirror the diversity on their revenue streams. I think I can leave it for now at that point. Thank you.
So then, continuing on that one, I'll come to you, Kumi, and then to you, Shigeru. Now, when you look at it from capital as a tool for expansion, if you look at it as growth stage ventures or scale stage ventures, as investors, what would you look for before funding a startup's known international growth plan?
Thanks for that question. Now, whether it is growth stage or scale stage, two things. Number one is profitability. Just like the last speaker said, you need to look at the track record and their projections, but everything needs to still speak to profitability. And so the question typically is, what problem are you solving that can be a profitable venture at scale? Because not all problems can be solved at scale, as you know. And so are you saving people money, or are you helping them make more money? And it boils down to one of those two things. And so that's one of the things I will look for. Secondly, we look for offtake, right? Especially if it's one that's kind of product-based, is who do you have in terms of contracts that are ready to buy your stuff beyond your borders, right? So looking at the sanctity of those contracts, looking at the potential for growth within that product line are the things that we consider before we fund for growth or scale.
When we invest.
Yep. As an AIC, when you're looking at companies looking to raise capital, and in particular when they have had traction in local market, what are the things that you would look for when they're looking at expanding internationally?
Thank you. That's a quite challenging question. But I think one important thing is whether they know themselves. And when it comes to the regional expansion, of course, they first understand where they stand and what pain point they are solving. They're going back to the very basic. And what are the value propositions they are in. And what are the limitations they kind of have going beyond for example, Uganda. If they look at for example, the business model or even a corporate culture, if they have the board members, and if the board members are not enough, to provide let's say, advice for the regional expansion, they may need to look at. So we are looking at the startups, whether they really know where they stand, and that's same with the VCs. We should know ourselves. We don't go into there are of course, gray areas between VC and PEs, but each understand where you position, and so that you can partner with others, explore the, let's say, partnership, also the leverage other knowledges. I think that kind of leverage, connectivity, whether you know where you are, is one of the critical points we also look at.
So we have covered technology, we have talked about expansion, we have talked about non-financial and financial interventions, but given all of that, and even if there are corporates supporting startups in their scale-up journey, when you're crossing borders, you're bound to hit certain entry and regulatory barriers. And even to think of companies operating within the region, even if you're just going beyond a border within the same region, you still might have things that you might have overlooked or not really considered while you're doing business in home market. So I'll come to you, to gentlemen. What are some of the regulatory, which is legal or market-related functions that you believe Ugandan companies most often hit when they're trying to scale within Africa or beyond?
Thank you. That's a very good question and very interesting. One of the things that we need to look at is the role of private sector alliances to unlock the advocacy that we need in terms of market penetration. I think these bodies can help us in understanding what is lacking on besides of the private sector, working in partnership with public sector and the governments to open up this catalyst for us to be able to open these new frontiers. The other one is maybe a national innovation export association that deals in tandemly, holistically, to address all the bottlenecks that we are addressing in this conference, whereby we are able to articulate the challenges like some of the investors are facing, the SMEs who are looking for funding, the market penetration, the regulations that are needed, and also the advocacy in terms of the tax regime, being able to attract investments into the country. These are some of the things that we need to look at. So we need to look at test models that have worked in other places and borrow a leaf from there and see how can we implement this in Uganda. We have a young and vibrant population that can be able to adapt to these new challenges that we're talking about, especially as we're trying to open up the new trade frontiers, and at the same time looking at the ecosystem on how all these can come together on one big platform. I believe the synergies can be created through partnership, alliances, and all the investors and the SMEs coming together. Thank you.
Thank you. Akash, I'll continue with you on the same question as someone who's been doing business in Africa for a while. What are some of the most common market entry and regulatory barriers that companies tend to hit when they're looking at expanding beyond borders?
Thanks, Ajay, for the question. I think one of the, I would say the regulatory barriers more is from the perspective of if I'm looking at from outside of the continent and bringing technologies into the continent. I think IP is one of the key in terms of both protection, enforcement, the enforceability of IP, and then repatriation of whatever consideration for that is, tax considerations, as well as the formation in terms of a holding structure to how do you move easily. So we're involved in a transaction where we are taking a technology which has been successfully doing business in Ghana, a fintech company, and trying to get into Ethiopia. And that we've had to actually take the company IP outside of the continent, put it in the US vehicle, and then bring it back. So that's something which really is currently a barrier because it kind of makes it a challenging issue to move capital from outside. Also from within business, of course, things will change massively once the free trade agreement goes live. That's going to really create one unified mega market, and probably things will look much easier then, hopefully. But as of now, it is, and I think one of my fellow panelists said, hiring a good lawyer is very important. So we work with one of very good ones, so happy with that. But I think one thing I would like to leave with is, it's very important for entrepreneurs to not just outsource the legal issues, maybe the handling, yes, but please do care about understanding the regulatory challenges and the differences which exist from one market to another, even sometimes one region to another, I mean, one province to another. So I think that level of diligence, because a lot of times founders miss, you know, they're either too focused on sales or too focused on product, but they miss out on this huge glaring gap, which sometimes is very simple to just pivot, and then in the end you end up hiring a lawyer to firefight rather than to plan. So I would say legal strategy and regulatory strategy is a very important part of expansion. And that's something which we consider very, very important. And that's one of the core tenet of choosing a technology under SUSTEC, which is sustainable and scalable technology,
across nations and regions, so irrespective of the free trade agreement. So, thank you.
So with the host MC on stage, I know that we are short on time. I'm going to just one last question. Just one, yeah? Going from left to right. So if there were one concrete step, whether it is policy, fund, alliance, or a playbook that could be introduced within the next 12 months to help at least 10 Ugandan companies go regional, what would that be? You can go from left to right. Yourself. One concrete step that you think will help 10 Ugandan companies go regional or global?
Hello. I think the one thing companies need to look at is to look at the local nuances in the markets they're looking to scale into, and make sure that they customize their businesses to suit those new markets that they're going into. I think a lot of work has to be done before you intend to scale into a new market.
If I want to leave brothers and sisters in Uganda with a cheat code from our markets in Nigeria, you should definitely harness the power and influence of your diaspora and the remittances that they send back home. Build products, services that can capture and increase the value and also the togetherness that you get from your fellow citizens who are in diaspora. It's a very untapped gem, and the liquidity is serious because it's FX. So that's my 1 cent.
For me, my parting remarks would be 3 or 4 ideas. I think we need to digitize Uganda's export ecosystem by creating regulation and certification and logistics to be in compliance with international standards. The other one is, like I highlighted earlier on, is an innovation of an export fund to be set up where investors like we have here today would be able to come in and look at SMEs. The other one is leveraging the chambers and alliance and associations that have done a lot of market research and studies to be able to have the toolkits that are needed for the SMEs in terms of unlocking the market. And lastly is positioning Uganda as a regional digital trade hub that could be accessed from anywhere in the world. Thank you.
Let's say, I think it's for some speed and also the local capital market by encouraging more corporates coming into the stage. And also, if government can also top up some contributions, not like providing grants, but at least like matching funds so that startups raise from the private side, then government can also push. So what I like to say is at the end that it will be the leverage. Each has strengths and each has the weakness or constraints. And leveraging each other, connecting the dots to create that's the bottom line, the ecosystem. We should not like work as silo and identify where you are. And since we are in the VC space, if the company goes to the next stage, you don't do the follow-on investment. We ask or bring the private equity side to come into the play. So knowing each other is quite very important to advance the ecosystem and even like for the startups. Thank you.
Quickly appeal to the panelists to make it really short because we have 1 minute left.
Very short. Entrepreneurs, pick a real problem in the real sector, then use digital to drive it exponentially and future-proof it. That's my advice.
from a standing point of an investor, maybe to create a legal framework, transparent legal framework that would attract VCs to establish their funds here so that the money flows easily and quickly into the ecosystem, but also a legal framework that would allow the investor to be able to collect their returns from the ecosystem.
I would like to add that what I would say, the one big idea which I would like to leave with is to establish the Uganda Science Technology Exchange, wherein imagine where a student, an entrepreneur, an existing MSME, an expert, they can just walk into a facility both digitally or physically and actually walk out with a solution, right? And that probably by democratizing access to knowledge and IP in an interesting way. So happy to partner with whosoever is in this space. So that's something I feel would really solve a lot of problems.
Great. So just like Blessing started the morning by saying that when you say Uganda Investor Summit, you say money. So having more of Uganda Investor Summit, getting the right people in the room, it automatically kind of integrates the local startup ecosystem. But thank you so much for being a wonderful panel and for you for being a wonderful audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, AJ. Please, all panelists, move forward. The photographer is going to take a picture of you right there at the stage. This has been such an insightful and educative session. And I think you must have, if nothing, you must have learned something. We're so excited to have had all the ideas shared. We've learned so much from the panelists. We've learned so much by just interacting with each other. I hope the lunch was good as well. And like Kumi said, this is all positive momentum. We have gone from understanding what the government is doing to understanding what investors are working on to seeing things from the founder's perspective. And hopefully we see you tomorrow with the same energy, with joy in your hearts. Final announcement will be, if as an investor you want to announce your deal, please talk to Greenhouse Capital. You could talk to Kumi, you could talk to Uloma or Femi. If you need to invest in a founder in Uganda, but you feel like government intervention is necessary to unlock what is possible with that deal, please speak to Kathy of STI or Melissa. Melissa, please stand up for recognition, just in case people don't know who you are. That's Melissa over there. So if there's someone you want to speak to Melissa. And if you want to add your deal to the white paper, please speak to Ify. She's right over there walking in a gray blazer. Thank you so much for being such a great audience. I will move forward now to invite my superstar Ugandan host, David Gonahasa. David, where are you? David is supposed to give us his closing remarks. I'm sure he's out there doing something. David, okay, while we wait for David, does anyone want to share one thing that stood out for them? Is there a roving mic? Is there a mic on the floor, please? Is there a mic on the floor? Just one person who wants to share what has stood out for them in this session. Okay, I have a mic. Is there anyone? Wow, the crowd. Is anyone's hands up? Christine, what have you had? What has stood out for you in this session? Come on stage. I don't think we've seen you're shy. No, come on stage, come on stage. You can do this. Right before David gives us his closing remark, what has stood out for you? Yeah, we need to hear your beautiful voice.
Wow. Cool. So I think what has stood out for me in the sessions is just the sheer volume of opportunity that's in Uganda. I mean, most of you know me. My name is Mara. I am, so maybe I'm a bit biased. But today has just confirmed even further the depth of opportunity available, but also the support that's available in the market. So excited for all of us to begin to work together to get that going.
Thank you, Christine. A round of applause, please. Thank you. So handing over the mic now to David to close this session.
You know, coming from private sector, you kind of think that you have the power to do anything. And then you come to government where you realize, you don't. The person who actually closes sessions is not me. So I'd like to invite the Honorable Minister to come and close the session. Please, Honorable.
Good evening. Good evening. I hope we have had fun. Have we had fun? Yeah, you know, I don't like to do things when I'm not having fun because I'm doing it anyway, so I can as well enjoy it. So I know that we have had a very, very engaging time. I've been just behind there, so I've been listening in to some of the discussions which have been happening, and I think it is quite exciting. The testimonies we have had, the conversations we have had about specific innovators, the experience in the ecosystem, and I believe that we are a bit quite activated and we are ready to engage more. Thank you so much for the long day that we have all had. Actually, for me, my day ends about 6 hours or 7 hours from now. So you have hours to work. So by leaving this room, we are not saying stop working. We are saying now go and work on the specific discussions and negotiations so that tomorrow we'll be having announcements. So thank you so much. There is a question. I want to take 1 minute to pitch my own innovation. And if you are impressed, tomorrow I can have an offer of an investment. I noticed, I have observed that people tend to do this when they are on their phones. This. So my innovation is a device which stops people from hunching their necks and backs when they are on social media, wherever they are, so that we can prevent an outbreak of back and neck health challenges. An investor who wants to join me tomorrow, invest in this idea. Do you think it's a worthy idea? All of you, even when you're seated, you'll bend. So I want a device that effortlessly and painlessly stops us from injuring our backs. And I have the concept. So if you are interested, let us talk and we invest in this. It is global. It's global. Thank you so much. The other question that I have seen and which we need to answer before we leave tomorrow is, how do we work together to better package the excellent innovation ideas that we have in Uganda? Because the question I've had repeatedly since we started here is, you're not selling yourself. We are not selling good enough. How do we work together to package these ideas and put them on the market that they deserve to be? Thank you very much for everything that you have been through. I invite you to enjoy the Ugandan cuisine. Remember to eat at least your portion of the happiness food today. When you are in Uganda, we don't want you to be sad because we have the solution. We have the happiness food, matoke. make sure that you have your portion today. I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a fantastic day. God bless you, for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. When you make a pitch, you typically wait for the investors' responses. Someone sent me a text, Honorable, and they said, not to burst your bubble, but there's a thing called a neck brace. That said, we have a plan after this. So our guests will be going back to the hotel, and we will have pickup at 6:30 to go to the dinner location. So for the international guests, please be at the bus by 6:30. We'll now organize for the buses back to the hotel. Feel free to take a few minutes to walk around. We'll leave for the hotel in 10 minutes. Feel free to walk around the room, and let's see you tomorrow. We shall be advising on the program for tomorrow on the group. So thank you very much and have a good evening.